It's 2:31. I would like to call this meeting to order. We are the Mid-Atlantic Council is being joined by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission's Policy Board for a discussion on the Recreational Harvest Control Rule Framework and Addenda. And I know that we have a number of staff that are working on this. I think Dustin might be starting this discussion, and I might just turn it over to staff and say, just let us, take us through the presentation. I'm joined, so I'm going to be chairing the meeting. My name is Mike Luisi. For those of you who just got online, I'm joined by Spud Woodward Spud's the chair of the ASMFC, and he's going to be co-hosting this with me, and we'll see what happens. So Dustin, I think you're first, right?
Correct. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
On the presentation too. Yeah, take it away.
Yeah, as the chair alluded to, we are going to be covering the Recreational Harvest Control Rule Framework and Addenda. I'll be joined today by Julia and Savannah, and we have a lot to cover. We'll try to cover it quickly, but I'll launch right into it. So I'm going to begin with discussing the range of options, specifically the management options that are used to set the recreational measures. So option A is the no action approach, which is basically saying the current process that we have in place. Then option B is the percent change approach. And I'll be covering that, as well as the fishery score approach, option C. I'll then turn it over to Savannah to cover the biological reference point approach, as well as the biomass-based matrix approach. She'll also then be covering section 3.2 of the attached or the document that made it into the briefing materials, which discusses the target metric that is used for measures setting. She'll also discuss section 3.3, which goes into the Commission's conservation equivalency policy. And then we'll turn it over to Julia, who will cover section 3.4 of the document, which talks about accountability measures comparisons. Then she'll go into next steps and provide her own council staff recommendation. And then for board and policy board and council discussion today, we'll have consideration of the approval of final range of options, as well as consideration of approval of the draft addenda for public comment. Next slide. So the goal of this draft addenda and the council's framework is to establish a process for setting recreational bag size and season limits for summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, and bluefish, such that the measures aimed to prevent overfishing are reflective of stock status, appropriately account for uncertainty in the recreational data, take into consideration angler preferences, and provide an appropriate level of stability and predictability in changes from year to year. So it's important to keep all of this in mind when considering each of the management options that we'll be introducing. Next slide. You can skip this one as well. I'll be going into the options, the main options in the document one by one. So under the current process, the methods used to adjust the measures can vary, but we generally use MREP harvest data from one or more recent years to predict the impacts of status quo measures or changes in bag size and or season limits. We assume that if these measures are unchanged, then the harvest next year will be similar to recent years. So under this process, we aim to prevent the recreational harvest limit overages, and if expected dead discards are accurately predicted, then preventing the RHL overages should also prevent the annual catch limit, or ACL, and the acceptable biological catch, or ABC, overages. However, it is challenging to accurately predict recreational harvest and discards under any combination of measures, and harvest discards are impacted by many factors, including regulations, weather, availability of multiple species, economic trends, and many other factors. So MREP data often show considerable variations in harvest across years, when the measures remain unchanged. So it's just important to keep in mind that we do our best, but there are variability and assumptions that are made throughout this process. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, here up on the screen, we have the reactive accountability measures that are currently in place for these 4 jointly managed species. Dead catch is annually compared to the recreational annual catch limit. This is a single-year comparison for bluefish and a 3-year average comparison for summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass. If dead catch exceeds the annual catch limit, there are different management responses depending upon stock status and the severity of the overage. If the stock is overfished under a building plan or stock status is unknown, there's a pound-for-pound payback for that overage. If biomass is above the threshold but below the target and only the ACL is exceeded, measures are adjusted to prevent future overages. However, if the ABC is also exceeded, then a payback scaled on biomass is needed. I won't go into the details, but you have them up there on the slide. Lastly, if biomass is above the target, measures must be adjusted to prevent future overages. Next slide. Okay, so before we describe the harvest control rule options in the document, we wanted to make it clear that stocks under an approved rebuilding plan are subject to the measures of that rebuilding plan. So really, none of these options in this action are meant to replace the rebuilding plan measures. And this is especially pertinent if you think about bluefish's current situation. So in some instances, measures may be implemented through the harvest control rule options and used as a temporary measure until the rebuilding plan is implemented. This can sometimes take up to 2 years between when the stock is declared overfished and when the rebuilding plan goes into place. So these harvest control rule options would provide a valuable stopgap in that in-between time. Next slide. So next, I will describe the percent change approach. This option maintains some similarities to the no action option in that it still relies on a comparison of the harvest estimate to the RHL. However, instead of point estimate comparisons, a confidence interval is calculated for the 2 most recent years of harvest, and this is compared to the 2-year average RHL of the upcoming 2 years. Then the question is asked, is the RHL within the confidence interval above or below it? This option differs from the no action option in that it also includes a consideration of biomass relative to the target biomass level when determining how, if at all, measures should change. Biomass can be categorized into one of 3 categories, which are below the target, between the target and 150% of the target, or more than 150% of the target. So the percent change in the measures depends on the magnitude of the difference between the RHL and MRIP harvest confidence interval, as well as biomass relative to the target. Next slide. So this table should help people to visualize this approach. First, the RHL, if we're looking at the top left column, first the RHL is compared to the harvest confidence interval. Second, the B over BMSY ratio is calculated, B over BMSY being biomass relative to the target, which will result in a percent change in harvest in the farthest to the right column. However, you'll notice that there are some sub-options here that have been included in this table. Julia, if you click, sub-option B1A more closely aligns the percent change approach with the current process where the percent change in harvest would be equivalent to the difference between the 2-year average RHL and the point value harvest estimate. Sub-option B1B implements a predetermined percent change in harvest value of either 20 or 40%. Click again, please. The yellow highlighted box here shows that the second set of sub-options, sub-option B2A, calls for a 10% change in harvest, and sub-option B2B calls for status quo measures. Sub-option B2B maintains a constant bin response, and sub-option B2A would be more responsive to MRIP and RHL comparisons when the RHL is outside of the harvest confidence interval. And one last click. Lastly, the PDT FMAT has used the percentage change approach as currently configured to determine which bin each of the stocks falls into, using 2022 as an example. For summer flounder, the future 2-year average RHL falls within the confidence interval of the MRIP harvest estimate, and biomass is also less than the target, which means that in this example, a 10% reduction would be required for 2022. I'll click again for Scup and black sea bass. Yeah, so for both Scup and black sea bass, the future 2-year average RHL falls below the confidence interval of the harvest estimate, but biomass is greater than 150% of the target according to the latest stock assessment. So in this example, either a 10% reduction or status quo measures would be implemented, depending on the sub-option chosen. Bluefish is not depicted here, and as we've said before, this is because it's currently in a rebuilding plan, so it would fall to the rebuilding plan to determine the measures. Next slide. So accountability measures under the percent change approach can remain largely the same as the current AMs, except that overage paybacks can be spread evenly across 2 years to allow for consistent measures. It's also important to note that when an overage payback is applied, the percent change in the next specification cycle would be determined based on the reduced RHL. Next slide. So now I'll get into option C, which is the fishery score approach. And this option would combine multiple metrics into one fishery score, which would be used to determine the recreational management measures. The fishery score would be calculated each time updated stock assessment information is available, which is currently anticipated to be every other year on the stock assessment cycle. The 4 metrics are fishing mortality relative to the fishing mortality threshold, biomass relative to the biomass target, recruitment, and fishery performance relative to the RHL. Each metric will have a weight associated with it, which the monitoring committee or the technical committee will determine based on the relationship of influence that it has on harvest. So for example, fishing mortality and biomass may be weighted more than fishery performance, or vice versa, depending on the TC and or monitoring committee's considerations. You can also reference Appendix 3 for more details on how these metrics are calculated. And then Appendix 2 also has an example weighting scheme that might help demonstrate this approach. Next slide. So this table displays the various bins of the fishery score approach. And according to the example weighting scheme applied in Appendix 2, Bluefish falls within the bin with the most restrictive set of measures because the fishery score indicates that the stock is in very poor condition with the highest level of concern. None of our 4 species fall within the orange bin in this table that is designed for stocks with poor stock status and restrictive measures. But both summer flounder and scup fall within the yellow bin that is characterized as having a moderate stock status and fishery performance outlook. For summer flounder, the high recruitment and the low fishing mortality are helping to counteract the fact that biomass is below the target. And for scup, despite the fact that scup biomass is high and fishing mortality is low, scup's recent recruitment is low and landings have been way above the RHL, which is causing scup to be in that bin and not in the highest bin. Black sea bass is in the bin with the most liberal measures, and the fishery score indicates good stock status and fishery performance outlook. Biomass, fishing mortality, and recruitment are all doing well, and only the harvest relative to the RHL scores low. Next slide. So now I will cover the accountability measures for the fishery score approach. There are 2 options for these accountability measures. The sub-option C1 is based off of the accountability measures that are currently within FMP. If the stock is overfished, under a building plan, or stock status is unknown, the most restrictive measures will be implemented. However, if these measures were already in place and they are expected to continue to result in more overages, then further restrictions must be implemented. If biomass is above the threshold but below the target, and the stock is not under a rebuilding plan, the AM response depends on the severity of the overage. So if only the ACL is exceeded, the stock can remain within its current bin, but measures for all bins are reevaluated to prevent ACL overages in the future. If the ABC or overfishing is also exceeded, the measures in all bins would be reevaluated and the stock would need to drop down to a more restrictive bin. That is, unless the stock already stepped down to a lower bin as a result of the fishery score. You'll notice there's a little bit of nuance between the ABC or FMSY being the metric of concern. Julia will get into this a little bit later in the presentation and discuss these sub-options and how they pertain to the accountability measures. Lastly, if biomass is above the target, measures for all bins will be adjusted, taking into account performance of the measures and conditions that precipitated the overage. Next slide. So sub-option C2 is a little bit more of a departure from how the current AM's process works, and it takes a much more simplified approach by examining whether overfishing is occurring or not occurring. If overfishing is occurring, even if a change in the bin was not triggered through the recalculation of the fishery score, the management measures for all bins would be reevaluated and modified as needed to appropriately constrain recreational catch and end overfishing. So I've given a presentation now on the fishery score approach as well as the percent change approach, and I'll turn it over to Savannah, who will go into the biological reference point approach.
Thank you, Dustin. So option D is the biological reference point approach. Under this option, the primary metrics are the terminal year B to BMSY comparison and F to FMSY comparison derived from the most recent stock assessment. And these correspond to default measures outlined in one of 7 bins. So to define these bins, F would be considered in one of 2 states, either above or below the target, which is indicating whether overfishing is occurring or not, while the B to BMSY comparison would be further divided to provide managers and anglers with more responsive levels of access. Changes to these measures would be considered based on the following process. So when a stock assessment comes out and new information is available, which as Dustin mentioned, is currently slated to be every other year. The first time a stock is in a new box, the fishery would be subject to the default measures. If the box remains unchanged after a subsequent stock assessment update, then secondary metrics will be evaluated and considered. So these secondary metrics include things such as a trend in recruitment, the trend of biomass, and in some cases, if F is greater than FMSY, then catch and harvest will be compared to either an ACL or an RHL, in addition to those 2 secondary metrics. So this kind of encompasses all of the stock conditions that we wanted to look at. Next slide. So based on the 2021 stock assessment for each species, here on this table, this is the table for the biological reference point approach. You can see that black sea bass is in, oh, can you click for me, Julia? There's one missing. There it is, Scup was a little late there. So based on 2021 assessment, black sea bass and Scup would be defined as in bin 1, summer flounder would be in bin 3, and then as Dustin mentioned earlier, bluefish is currently in a rebuilding plan and would be in bin 7. So black sea bass, Scup, and summer flounder are all at default measures, and if they remain in that box for the next stock assessment cycle, then tweaks to management measures may be made based on the secondary metrics, and bluefish would remain in its rebuilding plan. And those tweaks to those measures would come from trends in biomass and recruitment, since none of the species are experiencing overfishing. Next slide. So for this option, things are a little bit different. The reactive accountability measures are actually built into the alternative, and this is the only option presented that has that. These include the more restrictive measures implemented when biomass is below the target or if F exceeds FMSY, and biomass trend indoor recruitment show negative signs, or if recreational overages occur. So all of our points are covered, and this primarily refers to bins 3 through 6. The PDT and FMAT really kind of decided that no additional reactive accountability measures are needed because everything is covered within the option itself. Next slide. All right, our final option is option E, the biomass-based matrix. This option focuses on biomass in 2 different ways, B compared to BMSY and the biomass trend. There are 4 categories that stocks can fall out into. You have abundant, where the stock is at least 150% of the target. You have healthy, which stock is above the target, but less than 150% of the target, below the target, and then overfished. When biomass exceeds 150% of the target level, regardless of the trend in biomass, bin A measures are selected. This special condition is aimed at providing an opportunity to keep recreational management measures aligned with stock status, which in this case is significantly above the target. When a stock is fished at FMSY, it is expected that stock size will decrease towards the biomass target unless above average recruitment events occur. Thus, it's not necessarily a negative sign if a stock at such a high biomass level experiences a declining trend. So with that, black sea bass and scup are in bin A under this alternative with an abundant stock status but a declining biomass trend. Summer flounder is in bin C, where the biomass is below the target but above the threshold with an increasing biomass trend. And then bluefish would be considered in bin F while it's in its rebuilding plan. Next slide. So here are the reactive accountability measures for the biomass-based matrix approach. First up is sub-option E1. You'll notice that this is identical to the fishery score one that Dustin explained earlier. So for the sake of brevity, I won't go into too many details about this one. Next slide. And again, you'll notice that this is also identical to the fishery score accountability measure second option. So this is sub-option E2. That kind of simplifies things, as Dustin explained, where we do we change bins depending on if F is greater than FMSY. We update the management measures appropriately and modify them as needed to constrain recreational catch to end overfishing. Next slide. All right, so now that I've covered all of the options, I'm going to cover some of the other management options included in the document. So section 3.2 covers the target point used to select measures for each bin. Next slide. The options in this section define the target metric which would be used when setting measures appropriate for the set of stock conditions that define the bin under options C through E in section 3.1. The options in section 3.2 do not apply if either option A, which is status quo or no action, or option B, the percent change in 3.1 are selected. So with that, option A will use the RHL for target measures. Option B will use the annual catch limit, and option C will use a recreational fishing mortality target. It is important to note that none of these stocks currently have the recreational fishing mortality target, so more discussion will be needed to define that target. In addition, current stock assessment models for summer flounder, scup, and bluefish do generate these estimates of recreational fishing mortality. Some work would be needed for black sea bass in order to derive that number. While the FMAT and PDT did not come to a consensus on which option would be recommended, they did agree that if option C, the recreational fishing mortality target option, was selected, a secondary option should also be selected in the instance that we cannot calculate a recreational fishing mortality target. Next slide. All right, so section 3.3, these options revolve around the Commission's conservation equivalency option. Next slide. So as I said, the options in this section consider how the Commission's conservation equivalency policy would apply to the management options listed under section 3.1. The options in this section may only be considered if a harvest control rule management option other than the no action option is selected. The three options here in dealing with conservation equivalency are option A, which is no action, and this allows states to retain the ability to individually apply for conservation equivalency as is already allowed for these species. Option B will allow regional conservation equivalency as currently defined in Appendix 4 of this document. This allows the regional management groups for each stock to apply for conservation equivalency as a whole. And then finally, option C will not allow the use of the Commission's conservation equivalency policy at the state or regional level for any of these four species. And now I'm going to turn it over to Julia to wrap up the presentation.
Thanks, Savannah. So this next part, section 3.4 in the document, is just where it spells out some sub-options related to some things that Savannah and Dustin touched on for certain other options So under the percent change, the fishery score, and the biomass-based matrix, you may remember that there was certain components of the accountability measures under some sub-options that said if biomass is above the threshold but below the target and the stock is not under a rebuilding plan, then there's consideration given to if only the ACL was exceeded or if the ABC or FMSY was also exceeded, depending on other options. So this is just the place where those other options are in the document. And it kind of just, it's a choice that the council and policy board would make. Is the additional metric here the ABC or is it FMSY? And in both cases, the comparison is to a stock-wide metric that's not specific to the recreational fishery. And the intent is to determine was the stock likely harmed by the recreational ACL overage? So this is part of the AMs. That means an ACL overage occurred and what's the appropriate response to that? And when we're in this certain category, the response is more strict when this additional stock-wide metric was exceeded compared to if it was just the recreational ACL that was exceeded. And option A here, catch compared to the ABC, is what's already in the current accountability measure regulations. And the rationale behind considering maybe using F compared to FMSY instead is that the most recent estimate of F compared to FMSY considers more recent information than the information that went into setting the past ABC. And it might give us a better indication of if the overage actually harmed the stock or not. And that's all I'll say for this part of the document. It's just pretty simple and follows up on what Dustin and Savannah already said. But I'll spend more time on this slide. This slide shows a table that's in Appendix 1, and it shows an overview of the main options that are in the document. And we thought this would be an important thing to include because it helps to illustrate some differences in the process that's used to set measures under each of the options. And it's important to keep in mind that this action would establish the process for setting recreational bag size and season limits, but it would not set the specific bag size and season limits. The specific measures to go along with any of these options would be set through the specifications process and would be modified through the specifications process. And we can't say under any of the options what the specific management measures would be because it depends on the particular sub options chosen. It also depends on future stock assessment outputs and other information that's not known at this time. So for all these reasons, we can't say what specific measures will be implemented in future years under any option. But we thought kind of in addition to putting those little fish graphics on some of those previous slides where we can say, based on the information available right now, this stock would be in bin A, for example, and we don't know what the bin A measures are, but you could look at a table like this and think about, okay, well, what's going in to the consideration of, you know, the placement of the stock within any bin. And so just to kind of walk through this table, the first column is the name of the option. And then the next 5 columns list the metrics that are used to set the measures. So you can see some of the options have more metrics than others, and some of them have primary metrics as well as secondary metrics. So for example, under the no action alternative, we're primarily considering just expected harvest. So right now, this is based on MRIP data. In the future, under the no action alternative, we could use alternative estimates based on a statistical model, for example, but we're still very primarily focused on what do we expect harvest to be in a future year. And then under the percent change option, you still have that comparison, but you also have additional consideration of biomass compared to the target level. So you have 2 primary metrics for determining your measures. For the fishery score, you have 4 primary metrics, those 2 that I just mentioned, plus fishing mortality compared to FMSY and recent recruitment. And those metrics might not have equal weights, but they are all part of the calculation that goes into the fishery score. For the biological reference point option, the primary metrics are biomass compared to the target and F compared to FMSY. And then there's secondary metrics of recruitment and biomass trends. And then expected harvest comes into play only when F exceeds FMSY. For the biomass-based matrix, the primary metrics are biomass compared to the target and biomass trend. So we thought this would be useful for stakeholders or council and policy board members thinking about what would any of these options mean and what are the most important metrics that should be influencing management measures. And this kind of can show a comparison of that across the different options. The next column is, are the measures predetermined or not? So they're only predetermined for the 3 approaches that use bins. Under the no action alternative and the percent change alternative, the measures aren't set ahead of time. Again, under all options, they'd be set through the specifications process, but under the last 3 options, there would be, the measures would be kind of built out for all of the bins. And then in future years, you have the option to reevaluate those measures. But if there's no indication of a change needed, then the measure with each bin would just stay those measures. And that's the intent, is to be able to set them ahead of time so you have some predictability in future measures. That's not the case under the no action and percent change options because those don't have predetermined measures. So the second to last column is in the cases where there are predetermined measures, where there are bins, how many sets of predetermined measures are there? So there's 4 for the fishery score, 13 for the biological reference point option refers to the how there's 7 primary bins or boxes, and then within that you can have kind of the tweaks up and down within a bin, and that's how you get to 13. And then the biomass-based matrix has 6 sets of predetermined measures, and we thought this kind of comparison across options could be useful because it can help assess trade-offs related to concepts such as stability in measures or responsiveness to changing conditions. So if you have a lower number of sets of predetermined measures, then those measures would stay in place over a wider range of conditions. And if you have a higher number of predetermined measures, then it would be a narrower range of conditions, which could mean more frequent changes. And then if you compare that with the metrics used to set measures, you can have an idea of what would determine change, what would determine if you move to a different bin. And then the last column indicates that for everything except for the no action alternative, the intent is that measures would be specified for 2 years at a time. So it would be the same measures applied over 2 years, and then they would be considered for modification for the next 2 years after that. So again, this table is just intended to help provide a comparison of the process used to set measures under any of the options and assess things like trade-offs of stability versus responsiveness to changing conditions, and consider the primary metrics used to set the measures. So next I'm going to summarize next steps. We know that this could be a point of discussion today, but this is the timeline that we're currently operating under. So today the goal is to consider approving a final range of options and approving the draft addenda for public comment. If the council and policy board take that step today, then the commission staff could take the draft addenda out to public hearings through the commission process, potentially over March and April. The exact dates would be determined in the near future. Just as a reminder, the council does not do public hearings on framework actions, and we don't see a need to, deviate from that process or duplicate anything that the commission's already going to do for public hearings. And then after that, potentially in May of this year, the FMAT and the PDT and also the advisory panel could meet to provide recommendations for final action. And then in June, the council and policy board could take final action, selecting the harvest control rule option that they would like to use for implementation. And then after that, there's the rulemaking process, which especially on the council side can be somewhat involved. So we would expect that that would take several months, potentially through the end of this year, to get all the way through rulemaking and implementation. In the meanwhile, in the fall of this year, we could use the final selected option to develop management measures for 2023. And then in December of this year, the council and the species board, the policy board, would be setting the recreational management measures for 2023 based on the option that was selected during final action in June, and then also based on additional work that would need to be done over the fall for the monitoring committee and AP and the staff side of things. So another consideration related to next steps that you may be aware of is the council and the commission and also the Science Center in Garfield have been supporting development of 2 recreational fishery statistical models. One of them is called the Recreational Economic Demand Model, and it's being developed by the Science Center. The other is the Recreational Fleet Dynamics Model, which is primarily being developed by staff at the Rhode Island DEM. The FMAT and the PDT thinks that both models, and also the council and commission, think that both models could inform the setting of measures under any option in the harvest control rule action, including the no action alternative. We think these models would be a great improvement on our current process for trying to predict the impacts of any management measures in future years. So we think these models would be very useful. However, none of the harvest control rule options require the use of these models. We very intentionally set the options up such that they do not require any specific method. They spell out the process and the considerations that would go into it, but we didn't want to lock ourselves into anything very specific in terms of the exact data that would be used and how it would be used, because we want to be able to use new and better tools as they become available. And so for these 2 models, it's important to note that neither model is anticipated to be available for use for most of these species until about the fall of this year, or maybe later. The one exception is the Recreational Economic Demand Model for summer flounder will be complete by June of this year. That is part of a contract for the ongoing summer flounder management strategy evaluation. And we know that the people who are primarily responsible for both of these models have, expressed an intent to continue working on both models for all of these species, but we don't necessarily have firm deadlines or contracts for all combinations of these models for all species. So the one that we know will be available soon and complete is the Recreational Economic Demand Model for summer flounder, and hopefully models for the other species will become available later this year. And again, the Council, the Commission, GARFO, and Science Center are really working to support that happening. So the timeline that I showed in the previous slide assumes that these models would be used after final action to develop measures for 2023 and beyond. So again, these models will be very useful, they'll be very important, but we don't need them to move forward with this action right now. They could come into play later when we get to the stage of actually coming up with management measures to go along with whatever option is chosen as the preferred alternative. Again, these details will be figured out through the specifications process. And if these models are not available, we could use alternative approaches to still, set measures based on the preferred alternative. I believe this is my last real slide here, which is the council staff recommendation for next steps. So council staff recommend that the council and policy board approve a range of alternatives for this action and approve the draft addenda for public hearings today. And if you're not ready to take these steps today, then we think that the FMAT and the PDT will need additional guidance on desired improvements. So if you don't think the document is ready today, what would you like to see to get it to a place where you feel that it can be ready? We're going to need guidance on that if the council and policy board feel that it's not ready to take these steps today. Additionally, council staff recommend that the range of alternatives should not be split into multiple actions with different timelines. We have heard that there's been some discussions about considering this, but council staff do not support this approach primarily because the FMAT and PDT has not determined that some alternatives are strongly preferred over others. Therefore, we think it would be inappropriate to place a higher priority on further development of some alternatives while delaying further development of other alternatives. And then that's basically it for the presentation. And just the last point is to remind you that the discussion points for today are to consider approving a final range of options for this action and to consider approving the document for public comment and public hearings, and that'll again be handled through the commission process. Thanks, and I think we're all staff are happy to help answer questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks to everyone who's put the time in on this framework and addendum. Let me see if anyone has anyone have any questions? Yeah, I've got a couple hands. Jason McNamee, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the time and awesome job, Dustin, Savannah, and Julia. You know, a lot of stuff to get through there, ton of work that you guys have done. And I think, you know, I get excited when I think about, you know, were we to move forward with this, what that kind of means, in particular, given what we all just went through, you know, half an hour ago. Here we are in February 8th, and we're still kind of juggling specification setting and reductions and things like that. And this would fundamentally change all of that. So it's exciting to think about. So just wanted to offer those. And then I do have a question. So for all of these, one of the things I was wondering, you know, as I was kind of going through the document and thinking about the different options, they all have this basis in the biomass produced by the assessment. And so my assumption as I was reading is that you would be able to, because you kind of know the biomass level, what the BMSY is, or the, you know, the target, you would be able to ahead of time figure out what the RHL would be for each of the, you know, I'll just use the term bins. And so I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because I was trying to think, you know, some of them you would set the specifications up ahead of time, and I was trying to figure my way to that point, and I think it would require being able to know the RHL ahead of time, and I think that would track back to the biomass levels and the thresholds that are there. So I just wanted to sort of confirm that. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. I'm not sure exactly who can handle that, but if staff can take a shot at maybe answering that question, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll try. Me and Dustin and Savannah were chatting about who wants this, and we're like, Jay's probably answer a question like that.
Right, right. No, I get it.
But I think the short answer is yes. And that is kind of the intent of you know, you set a target. So that would be a decision, like, that's one set of sub options is, are the measures trying to achieve something that's sort of based on an RHL or an HCL or fishing mortality, or FMSY. And then a lot of the options have, you know, you're predetermining measures. So you're setting measures for all these bins, and some of the bins represent stock conditions that are very different than current stock conditions. So we'd have to make an educated guess about, you know, what's the appropriate level of harvest for a biomass level that's different than the current level. So you would, you could make some assumptions about if biomass scales a different way, then maybe the RHL or the ACL would scale with that. But a slight nuance is that when we get updated stock assessments, we also get updated biomass targets. So the educated guess about what an appropriate catch level would be for a stock at like 75% of the target when it's at a different level right now, once you actually get to that point in time where it's at that different biomass level, you know, that the measures might need to be revised, which is kind of an underlying assumption of all of these options, that you make your best educated guess at the time, about what you think the most appropriate measures would be for all these different stock conditions. But there's the intent is to leave those measures unchanged, but there's still the opportunity to revise those measures to get new information to say, okay, that's not actually the most appropriate measure, or that wouldn't perform as expected, or maybe some kind of underlying assumptions change based on a new stock assessment update, for example. So I think the short answer is like yes, that would be the intent, but we would still be kind of evaluating things periodically to make sure that the assumptions are still appropriate.
Yeah, thanks for that, Julia. That's exactly what I was kind of getting at. And just to maybe offer a comment back. So, I think the way you've devised this, it's really great, because you've got that BMSY, everything kind of hinges around that, I think, for all of them. And so, yeah, that can change with an updated stock assessment, but hopefully not a lot. We did have a big disruption when we sort of redid the MREP numbers, but in general, while it shifts a little bit, it's pretty stable. So it hopefully wouldn't kind of throw everything into chaos every time we did an update assessment. So there should be some stability there, and then you can back your RHL out of there, and should be pretty stable. That's my optimistic self talking, but thanks for the answer.
Yeah, so Jason, maybe staff can help with this too as well. So, the one thing that's difficult for me is the measure, like the actually knowing what the measures would be. Has the PDT, FMAT worked? Have they talked about, how to go to the public without seeing measures? Has there been any conversation about that at all? And I'm not sure who that's directed to.
Mr.
Maybe
Chair,
Julia or Shanna, I'm sorry, or Dustin.
okay, you went to staff. I thought you would. This is Jay again. I thought you were maybe.
Yeah, Jay, I mean, if you have some thoughts on that, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I do. I've been thinking about this aspect a lot. I know other folks have as well. I think where I kind of came around to was, I don't think it's that important at this stage yet. I understand it's hard for the public to kind of know, because they want to know, well, what are my fishing measures going to be? It's hard to judge
Right.
based on
Right.
these abstract
Right.
principles. But I think in general, what you can take away from the document is, bin 1 will be a set of regulations that you like. Bin 4, and the one that has 4 levels, or bin 13 and the one that has 13, that's going to be a set of regs you don't like. So you can kind of know that. And then between the different options, I don't think, aside from the fact that they have different numbers of levels in them, the regulations themselves probably won't differ that much. So I do think this document can go out even without specs in them, just because they'll all kind of scale in that way.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, thanks for that, Jason. Let me see. I've got Shanna and then Megan. I can only see like the first 3. I think it's Shanna next. Go ahead, Shanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to echo the comments that Jay made in the beginning of his questioning. I think you guys as staff have done an excellent job on this document. It's represented a lot of work through the years, so I just wanted to take some time to commend you for all of your work before asking you questions about it. So Julia, I think your slide, maybe like 3 slides ago, was one that I was really interested in. I'm glad that you brought it up, and it's kind of talking about how the different models, the fleet model and the economic model, relate to the harvest control options. And so I think what I heard you say is we would be setting management measures through our specifications process, potentially later this year, using some of these models. So I guess my question is sort of surrounding, you know, we've heard, I think, some mixed information from folks about these models, and it sounds to me like we're rounding the corner on things actually being done in time for us to use this in the fall. My question was, if for some reason, say, one of these models is not ready and the other model is ready, can we use that one model to continue setting measures? And then I might have a follow-up after that.
This is Julia. It seemed like it was directed at me, so I'll start and other staff can chime in if I miss anything important. But yes, we think the idea would be to, move forward with whatever the preferred approach is. And then if they're under that preferred approach, if there's a model available for summer flounder, we could use that. And if there's not a model available for Scup, then we could use alternative methods of doing the same approach. Like say it's an approach that, has bins. You could use the summer flounder model to come up with the summer flounder measures for those bins. And if you don't have a Scup model ready to go, we could, use alternative approaches that might look similar to the way we currently do things. Through this action, the council and the policy board would make a decision again about is the target for measures based on an RHL or an ACL, and it wouldn't be that you're exactly trying to pinpoint an RHL or an ACL, but you'd be setting a target that you would deem is appropriate for the range of conditions associated with that bin. And then to achieve that target, we could look at the MRIP data to make assumptions about what measures would be appropriate for that. So if we had to do that for some species, we could, and we could use the models for other species. And for example, if we don't have a Scup model ready to go this fall, and we're using an alternative method, if the Scup model becomes available the year after that, then we could use it moving forward, because again, we're not locking into any specific method, because we want to have the flexibility to use the better tools as they become available. So I think I'll leave it with that at that, but other staff can chime in if I missed anything important.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note that the PDT FMAT discussed this. So there was a subgroup that was tasked with understanding if these models weren't ready for prime time for, say, any one particular species, what would be the best approach. And the PDT FMAT subgroup thought that it would be appropriate to use the TC as kind of a consultant to develop a set of measures for the current bins that we're in, depending on, the harvest control option that's selected. We could use, traditional methods of looking at MRIP harvest and taking into consideration recruitment and to assume what measures might achieve in terms of harvest. And then they also thought that a set of measures could be assigned to bins like one above or one below, so that if stock status changed or any of the metrics that are used to inform the harvest control role change and we need to move up or down a bin, we would have those measures predetermined. Outside of that, developing all the measures for all bins, that might be a challenge under our traditional management process or methods that we have available. But at least the current bin, one above and one below, could be assessed. And then hopefully, over time, the models will be improved upon and ready for implementation.
If I could have just a quick follow-up, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
No, of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Great answers, Julia and Dustin. That really helps clear stuff up a lot. I guess then my only secondary question is, it seems like then there's not a large difference between some of the approaches that folks were kind of saying were more dependent on the models than some of the approaches that are less dependent on the models, because none of them actually require the use of said models. We can move forward with any of these options without a model and still be able to apply that in the next year.
Not sure if that was a question or a statement, but if it was a question, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll say there are some benefits to having the models being used with the approaches as well. And so that's the end goal. But yes, we wouldn't need it in the short term.
Are you good? Are you good, Shanna?
Yep, that clears everything up for me. Thank you.
Okay. It looks like I see Megan. Is it Megan? Yeah, Megan Ware. Go ahead, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have a question about the models, although I think this question may be more for Garfo or the Science Center. I'm trying to, I guess, better understand NOAA's ability to support the models, particularly the one coming out of the Science Center. So I'm curious if NOAA is prepared to support the development of that model for this conversation. I would assume like financially as well as with staff time.
Yeah, we can ask Garfo to weigh in.
Mr. Chairman, that's actually a question for the Science Center.
Maybe the Science Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. We're fully supportive of using these approaches for management. So the answer is yes, in the global sense. There's a lot of budget uncertainty in the short term for us, but assuming that things go well with the federal budget process, then yes, we are fully supportive of it.
Maybe
Okay,
as a
thanks,
quick
John.
follow-up.
Yeah,
Oops,
please
sorry.
go ahead, Megan. No, I just wanted to recognize John Hare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, he didn't.
Sorry, I
didn't
should have
recognize him
said
when
who I was.
No, it's okay. It's all good. Go ahead, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to John Hare. I was just curious, as a question back to John Hare, has there been any recent allocation of either funds or staff time to better support the development of that model, or has it been status quo so far?
Status quo. And as we go forward, whether we're able to put more funds to it or not is dependent on our sort of broader funding environment.
Okay. Thanks, John. Any more follow-up, Megan?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I just saw your hand go down. And I'm sorry, I'm struggling with like my computer is only showing the first name. So I think, is it Roy Miller?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. I can only see like the first couple letters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Roy.
I was wondering if I could serve as a bit of a surrogate for the general fishing public for just a moment and ask a question about, it's been brought up that there'll be specific measures will be predetermined to go into the bins. The bins are things like most restrictive, liberal, and most liberal. It's going to be hard for the public to translate them into size, season, and bag limits and that kind of thing. So I guess my question is, in the absence of the models that have already been discussed, or maybe even after they are available, how will we determine these specific measures to go into the bins? And how and when will those decisions be made, and who will make those decisions? If I could get a little more clarification of that, I would be appreciative. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Roy. Does anyone have a comment on that?
Mr. Chair, this is Savannah.
Yeah, Savannah, go ahead.
Answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So just to kind of clarify, Julia gave us a really good explanation of kind of how we can translate those over. However, just to kind of get more at the specifics, they will be set during the specifications process, and they will have a lot of technical input from both the monitoring committee and the technical committees. And so I do understand that it's kind of hard to translate exactly what liberal means because we don't have specific measures to go with that. But as I believe it was Jay said really well, you know, we're going to have a range from really loose measures to really restrictive measures, and then kind of a spectrum in between. And so hopefully, you know, that we can translate well over. If you have any recommendations, we're always open, but that's kind of the position we're at, that there will be a lot of technical input and that there will be the specifications process that we will use to work through which measures are going on which bin.
If I could follow up.
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
I was talking and I just saw that I was on mute. No, I appreciate that. And I think it's the measures in the bins that, you know, is where the public is gonna struggle, I think, with this. So, all right, James, I have you, but I'm gonna come back to you. I want to stay with the board, with the policy board and the council at this point. Let's go to Emerson Hasbrook, and then I have Adam, and then Mike Pentney. Go ahead, Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dustin, Julia, and Savannah for your presentation. So there was a slide that showed kind of where we would land under the percent change approach. I don't remember what slide that was. Where we would end up in the different bins. Yeah, that was it for the percent. For the percent change approach. Yes, thank you. So I'm looking at the document, and it says it's important to note that this option considers changes from a starting point. If the current measures have resulted in notable differences between harvest and the RHL in recent years, then they may not be an appropriate starting point under this option, and an alternative starting point may be required. So I think there's been a notable difference between harvest and the RHL in recent years. So I'm wondering what alternative starting point was used to show where these three species land under this scenario. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Emerson. Does anyone have a response to Emerson?
Yeah, I can take this, Mr. Chair. This is
Yeah,
Dustin.
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so the starting point used in this example is just the measures that we currently have. If we were to follow this percent change approach and starting from status quo measures, this would be the outcome that we go with: a 10% reduction for summer flounder, and then either status quo or a 10% reduction for black sea bass and scup. But that doesn't mean just because we did that in this example that that would be the will of the board or the council. If there was direction to reassess the measures, start with a clean slate, and determine, you know, what those starting measures should be, we could certainly do that. However, that would be kind of based in the analysis that the technical committee typically conducts for these species, where you evaluate recent levels of harvest according to what measures were already in place and determining what those starting measures should be. Alternatively, I guess you could use one of the models that, if they are ready, to determine what an appropriate starting place would be as well.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just trying to resolve the statement that's in the document with where we landed for these. So am I correct in inferring then we could either start wherever we want to, or even if there's notable differences between harvest and the RHL in recent years, we could still start there, which is kind of what you've done in this scenario?
Dustin?
I guess I'm not quite following the distinction. I mean, in this example, we're starting from status quo measures, which are already in place. So,
Right, but those status quo measures have resulted in notable differences between harvest and the RHL in recent years, correct?
right, so the response here, according to the MRIP to RHL comparison, is a 10% reduction for summer flounder. However, through accountability measures, there could be a reassessment of the measures that precipitated that ACL overage, and you could reevaluate what those new set of measures should be. We already have that within the accountability measures process. So if you're saying, can we reevaluate and set a new starting point for measures, we certainly can.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm just trying to figure out why that statement is in this document, really.
Okay, so Emerson, are you?
Yeah, I'm good for now. Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
good for now? Okay. Yeah, I want to make sure that whatever issue you have is addressed. But if you're good for now, then we're good. Okay, I'm going to go next to Adam Nowalski, and then Mike Pentney, you're on deck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let me begin by thanking staff for all their efforts on this. Got a very substantial document here before us for consideration today. And also my thanks to the service for supporting this effort, for getting much needed change with the actions that we just took earlier today. Further emphasizes that both for the benefit of the resource as well as the fishing communities, we need to do something, and we need to have it in place for next fishing year. Spoiler alert, that being said, with regards to the need for this, I am not comfortable with sending this out here today, specifically with regards to the concerns about that we don't have any measures here. So let me ask the question to anyone who can answer this. Last October, when we had this before us in hopes of using it to address 2022 management, the board and council made the decision with the staff recommendation to postpone approval of the document for public comment. The rationale on page 1 and 2 of that document, that staff memo or meeting materials, was as follows. The PDT FMAT requests additional time to fully develop the options and to further develop 2 statistical models used to inform the rec measure setting process. These 2 statistical models will be critical for thorough analysis of the options and will greatly improve the process for setting management measures under any of the options. These 2 statistical models will be critical for thorough analysis. So what we're hearing today is that we don't need them. So Mr. Chairman, what has changed? Why do we suddenly not need them? 4 months ago, we had the opportunity to move forward. Now, I will admit, I think the document itself has matured greatly in the past 4 months, but we sacrificed a tremendous amount of a fishery, possibly at the detriment of the biological benefit of it as well, as we're likely going to see increases in sizes. And we have a document 4 months ago. These 2 models will be critical for thorough analysis. And here we are today saying, no, we don't really need them. So what's changed now, Mr. Chairman, that supports sending this out today and not waiting a little bit longer to see where we are and charting a path forward so that if they're not ready as we move forward with this year and concerns raise about not having something new in place for 2023, we can choose a different direction.
Mr. Chair, this is Savannah. Do you mind if I chime in?
No, Savannah, I mean, so Adam, so let me just say, Adam, I appreciate your thought, and I wish that I had the knowledge to give you an answer, but maybe somebody from ASMFC and or council staff can help you understand kind of where we are. So go ahead, Savannah.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Adam, to get at your points, back in October, I don't think any of us could have predicted how 2022 measures would have played out. And at that point, there was a lot of focus and intent and desire for the model development, which in my opinion has come a long way. We're going to have completion this summer of the summer flounder one with black sea bass in development as well as Scup. And it seems like it's been indicated that we're going to have some guaranteed support, hopefully moving forward. And so on that note, I think it's important to point out that in that document and that statement that you read, you did say that the word is critical, not required. So within the document, we say that these models are not required for use. I won't deny that they are critical and that they are really important and that they will provide a lot of additional information and tools for us to have a strong management program for all 4 species. However, they are not required, and kind of reflecting on the process that has just unfolded over the last 3 months, it might be in our best interest to try to have something in place for some of these species while we work towards completion of the models in the interim, but that's just where I'm at here. So again, they are critical, they are important, but they are not required. They were never required. And so I'll just leave it at that if any other PDT FMAP members want to chime in on that.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you for that. I've been getting some text. Jason, I hate to put you on the spot. Do you have any? Somebody told me that you might be able to help with that question, Jason McNamee.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I put my hand up too.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the best I can with hands, and
Yeah, no, I'm not being critical, just
Yeah.
offering. I was having the same thought of maybe jumping in here. So I think, so I'm in agreement with what Savannah just offered. I guess, in a little bit kind of, I don't know, Adam's comments were a little pointed, and I'm trying to sort of not sort of go off on a tangent that wasn't intended here. But I think what we heard, I think it was Dustin earlier who was addressing the same point. So I think what they were offering in each case, what Savannah said, and I'm sorry if it wasn't you, Dustin, but I think it was Dustin earlier, is we can get through for a year or two without any sort of a model underneath. However, what you lose is an ability to understand uncertainty. And in that case, I think it is problematic for the way that some of these harvest control rules function with regard to uncertainty. So it's not sustainable to continue to construct the measures during using the old method, because you don't get uncertainty estimates using the old method. It's just sort of hacked together based on the previous year. So, I think that term critical is still valid. I think it's true. And I think what Savannah said, that it's not required in the short term, and I'm adding in the short term to that, is also true. And so I think there is a way to kind of keep this document together, to move it forward. I think, with regard, I won't speak to Lou Carr-Harris's model. I can speak to the one that I've been working on, and I think the timeline that was offered there for the fall, I think is totally reasonable. If it needed to be sped up, that's also viable for us. So, the tools are there, they're being developed, and I think they are needed in the long term to make these various harvest control rules function. And the critical piece of that is the uncertainty. but we can get through for a year or two by kind of populating the bins using the old method. So, you know, I think both things can be true simultaneously. So I think I'll probably stop there, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Jason. Let me see if Mike Penny might have something to add. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just to build on the previous comments, which I agree with, I guess I want to remind everybody that the focus of the harvest control rule should be less about the specific measures that are in box C of alternative D, and more about changing the process, changing the framework under which we look at the performance of the recreational fishery, the status of the stock, and make a decision about whether we need to change recreational fishing measures for a given year. You know, if we think about the current process, we just went through this with for black sea bass again. There's no predetermined measures under the current process. The regs are, you know, if the expected catch is in excess of the RHL, you need more restrictive measures. Well, what are those measures going to look like? We don't know in advance. We expect the TC to do an analysis, come up with some recommendations, come up with some measures that achieve some percentage reduction in catch. So I don't know why people are concerned about not knowing the specific set of bag season and size that would apply in a particular box of a particular option under this other approach. What we could draw from these other approaches is that we wouldn't be tied to a simple mathematical, you know, we've projected catch is going to be 20.7% over the RHL next year, so we need a 20.7% reduction, and that means a shorter season or a smaller bag. What we should be looking at and focusing on and communicating with the public and trying to understand the concerns or the issues is if we change the methods, if we change the process and the framework for when we would have more restrictive measures or when we could have less restrictive measures, that's what I think the real focus should be on. I would hate for someone to, you know, if we were able to fill out measures in every single cell of the different alternatives, I'd hate for somebody to say, you know, they oppose alternative C because they think there should be it should be a 6 fish bag limit instead of a 5 fish bag limit. You know, if the stock is between FMSY or BMSY and 1/2 BMSY or something. You know, that to me is getting too in the weeds. It's really focused on the method and the process for determining when we need to have more restrictive or less restrictive measures, and taking it out of a simple comparison of MRIP catch estimates against an RHL and looking at a broader perspective of indicators such as F to MSY, B to BMSY, recruitment, and all of the other factors that are described in great detail by the FMAT in the framework document, which I think is, you know, a really tremendous piece of work for giving us a path forward to changing how we manage the recreational fishery and making it a more meaningful, responsive process. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mike, for those thoughts. Let me look through my list here. James, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to go to Justin and then Erica, and then we'll come back to, we'll go to the public after that. So go ahead, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, I guess, a question for anybody who wants to take a shot at it. I think Adam's comments have really hit on the crux of one of the decisions we have in front of us today. We kind of have these two competing concerns. One is that, you know, this document is complex, it's substantial, has the potential to produce really large changes to how we do recreational management. And so before we send it out to the public, I think we want to be as sure as possible that we're providing the public a document that's transparent as it can be about the implications of these different options that are going to provide the best opportunity for us to get meaningful feedback from the public. So that concern versus to me, the somewhat competing concern of expediency based on what we've just gone through with 2022 rec measure setting. No one wants to go through this process again next year. Everybody would like this document to be wrapped up and ready for use for 2023. So I guess I'm trying to weigh, if we were to make a decision today to not send this out for public comment at this point and wait until a future meeting, what might we gain in terms of what could be added to the document to address some of the concerns we've heard today, to make it more transparent or more digestible to the public, versus what are the potential costs from a process standpoint in terms of timeline to implementation and use for 2023. So I'll just throw that out there. If anybody wants to take a shot at answering it, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Justin, that's a great question. And I guess as far as trying to get the document done, I'd have to turn to staff to see whether are there pros and cons. You know, I don't know who wants to chime in. Maybe this
Mr. Chairman.
this might come to more of an executive director kind of discussion. But I just heard somebody just try to chime in. Who was that?
It was Mike Pentney.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, you're correct in the sense of there's a question here for Chris and staffing and document preparation that I don't really want to speak to, and I'll certainly defer to him and staff on that aspect. But I do want to raise an issue of overall timing related to some of the points just made and the question that was asked. I think we have the potential, if the council and the board move this forward today for public hearings between now and the June meeting, if the council can take final action in June, I think that sets us up very nicely for working quickly. It's not going to be easy, but we could, we have the potential to work quickly and have a decision on the framework in advance of the December 2022 meeting. That would allow the council and the board to sit down in December and know that they're working from either the approved harvest control rule framework, or if for some reason we're unable to approve it, then they're working from the original, the current status quo regulations. If
Right.
final action is deferred until August, I guarantee you there's no way we're going to have a final decision on the framework adjustment in advance of the December meeting.
Okay.
Particularly given that, our staff will be working with council staff, and the priority necessarily is going to be getting the annual specifications done and implemented by January 1, 2023.
Right.
So that leaves us looking at likely the spring of 2023 before we'll be able to finalize a decision on the harvest control framework. Now, I believe where that would leave the council and the board come December is having to make two sets of decisions. One set of recommendations, contingent on approval and implementation of the harvest control rule framework, and a completely second set of recommendations based on the status quo regs, potentially doubling the work of staff and the TCs as well to set that up and provide that analysis. So for that reason, we strongly encourage the council and the board, if at all possible, to move this along so that we can take final action in June and give ourselves the best opportunity to have a final decision on the harvest control rule framework in advance of the December meeting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I appreciate those comments, Mike. I'm gonna go to Adam Nowalski next, and then Mike, if you can put your hand down. We'll go to the public after that and decide on taking action at this point. So go ahead. I think
Thanks again.
Adam, I called on you, right, Adam?
I believe I heard my name, unless there's another
there you
Adam
go.
you were
Yeah, no,
recognizing, Mr.
it's
Chairman.
it's all good. It's just lots of names jumping around on the screen. Go ahead, Adam.
Appreciate your efforts very much. Thank you. And hopefully we're nearing the end of having to have to do this way. So in answer to Justin's question, what I would specifically be looking for between now and the next time we convene, and what I would set forth is right now, over the course of the next 6 months, we're looking at 2 joint meetings. We're looking at a joint meeting to prospectively take final action on this document in June, followed by what we know would be a joint meeting through a regular specification setting process that would take place in August. So what I would propose is moving that June meeting to a joint meeting likely held in May. Hopefully the council could join the commission for that. Still allow 3 months for final public hearings to take place that the commission needs, and then take final action in August. The comments by Mr. Petney are not lost on me. Again, I've been, I think, extremely complimentary of the service and their efforts to deal with recreational fisheries over the last couple of years. The element of more difficult is certainly not lost on me. I'm not looking to introduce more work unnecessarily, but given that we were looking at taking action on this late last year to aid the 2022 fishery, I am highly confident that in order to avoid the situation we have found ourselves in taking unnecessary biological reductions on fisheries, that the service working with staff would find a way to make sure that we're not in the same place if we don't take final action on this until August. So that would be my revised timeline, number 1. Bring this back for consideration in May at a joint meeting, and then final action in August, which wouldn't impose any additional meeting cycles. Specific changes to the document.
Can I stop you there, Adam? And let's deal with that.
Let's deal with. If you'd like to deal with that first, and then come back to me to changes to the document, that'd be fine.
Yeah,
Thank
of course. Yeah. So let me. I'd like to turn to Chris and Bob and Spud. Would you guys be okay with a spring joint meeting that's not a council meeting, but one that the council can join from your end? I would assume that's probably going to be I would think it would maybe be an in-person meeting.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
So, yeah, certainly we could do that, but the question would be why? And, we some conversation about this particular schedule. Mike Petney said it well. In order for us to guarantee that we're ready to set 2023 recreational management measures in December, this is the schedule that we're proposing. We're hoping multi-board and the council take action today on the document, and then we move forward with this schedule. Period. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Certainly, if we need to have another joint meeting, yeah, we can accommodate that. But again, why?
Right. So I guess where Adam's going is the difference between June and May.
Yeah, he also referenced August.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't hear the August part.
So this schedule here would accommodate the schedule that we have in place for council meetings. We have a council meeting scheduled for June.
Right.
We have the policy board meet with us in June to take final action on the document. One of the important, things that folks need to remember is that the FMAT, the PDT, the technical folks have to have time to actually do the work, right?
Of course, yeah, of course.
So we're pushing this to June and up because they need time to get their work done.
Sure. Okay. So Adam, how does that fall into your suggestion?
The specific changes here that I would be looking for would be to take at least one species and put example measures in if we truly do not need. What I heard was consensus around the critical part for analysis from the October document, but not required. So if they're not required, then let's actually take at least one of the species for one of the examples. I'm not looking to see all 90 measures, which is what this document contemplates. Option C, 4 measures times 4 species, 13 times 4, 6 times 4, that's 90 sets of measures. I'm not looking for that, Mr. Chairman. I understand that's unrealistic, and I'm not looking for unrealistic things here. But I do not think it's unreasonable to, at a minimum, staff was able to identify where species would land, at a minimum to use the information and or alternate methods that they have, or take the development of wherever models are at to least say, where are these measures going to fall? Because I think there's a very real concern. I know I'm not the only one that shares the concern, some of which I've heard here today, about wanting to see something here in the document. The public has certainly voiced it. If we go through this and we wind up with a better process, and I agree with Mr. Petney's comments as well as staff's comments that we should be focusing on the process, that's fine. But if we develop a process but don't have the tools to develop the measures to get the outcomes that we think build confidence with the public, which we don't have right now, which we believe builds confidence in the science towards working towards measures that are both complementary to the stock status as well as beneficial to the health of the resource, then quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, we haven't achieved anything. And in fact, we've taken a step backwards. So I'd be looking for staff to employ whatever resources and thoughts they have about if the models are not critical. Take something, just take the bins that they've already identified where resources would be, where the species would be. Let's get those. Let's see what they would be. And the other element that I'd like to see done is that the percent change alternative we saw, something that was an option that we probably all had more confidence in with regards to what it would have meant for specifications, status quo for those species that were highly abundant. So I'd like to see staff come back with a development of what potential separation might look like, as well as development of language around a sunset provision. So if we do ultimately determine that we don't have enough information to develop options C, D, and E and the measures around them in time for 2023, we consider splitting the document, use the percent change alternative potentially as an option we would consider for a couple of years with a sunset provision. And that would be my path forward. And again, I'm not trying to be deaf to staff's concerns. I'm not trying to be deaf to the services concerns. I have heard them, but we've been burnt this year. We've been burnt very badly. And we can't afford to let that happen again. And we need to make sure we have a alternative path forward if we need to be there. And I believe a May, August timeframe for action, tasking the FMAT PDT with bringing back some limited measures that I discussed, talking about a sunset provision if we need to employ option B as a potential alternative in the short term, bring those back to us where we can consider it in May. And if everything's great, if we've made progress, we send all the options out in May. I would be more than happy to see that. But that's where I hope we can go today, Mr. Chairman, in hopes of avoiding a repeat next year. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, Adam, do you have a motion that you want to make?
Well, I don't know where you're at. I mean, I thought we were kind of still in the questions phase here, so I don't
Yeah,
know if
no,
you're
that's
looking
fine. We can take another question or two, but yeah, at some point we're gonna have to we're gonna have to take some action here. So
And
yeah, if
I
you wanna
think
hold, if you
before
wanna
I
hold on
make
to
a
that
motion,
comment,
I think I've laid out a plan here. Before I make a motion, quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, I know where some people feel in both directions. I don't quite frankly know enough about if there's a majority in either direction. So I'd really like to hear some additional comments, hopefully from some others, about a way forward. And look, ultimately, if there's not support for this alternative path forward, it's not there. I'll continue to work and do my very best to support the direction of the board and council. But again, I'm feeling where we're at here right now. I think that's my preferred way forward.
okay. Okay. God, this stinks having to do this on a computer and not being able to see everybody, but I've got a couple hands came up. Why don't I try? I wanted to go to the public. So let me, and Michelle, I just saw your hand up. Let me go to Jim Fletcher right now, and then Michelle Duvall, I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Jim. All right, I'm not hearing anything. Can somebody else confirm that you can hear me and not James?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay. All right, he's not coming through. Maybe he stepped away from his computer. If it's not, since we're staying with the public, let me go to Mike Wayne. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of confused about whether we're on questions or whether would entertain some input on the discussion that's been happening on kind of the timeline and the measures and such.
Yeah, so Mike, I would
Defer to you.
prefer, and I'll definitely come back to you. We've kind of crossed over between questions and comments, but I'd like to get a motion in front of everyone before we take comment on that. So yeah, just state, I'll come back to you. Because it sounds like you'd rather make comment on direction, which is where, it's what we need to decide right now. So is that okay with you?
All good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I feel like my my audio keeps cutting out. Hopefully everything's you guys can hear me. I'm gonna go to Michelle Duvall. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you sound good.
Thanks. So I guess I had more of a bigger picture question, which, I think depending on the answer will lead to a follow-up. But, what if we select one of these, if we select one of these options for final action in June, and a couple years down the road, we find that, this alternative isn't working out the way that we thought it would. Can we go back and change that?
Yeah, so let me ask Chris or Tony. I saw Tony's hand come up.
Mr. Chair, I'll
Yeah,
speak
go
for
ahead,
the
Tony.
board. The board can alter course of action at any point in time through an addendum process or amendment process. So
So it would take another almost year of like an addendum process to get it done.
Well, addendums always
Or,
don't
you know,
take a year.
it can be
They-
fast tracked, but right.
Yeah. Addendums, usually take, anywhere between 6 months to a year. In particular, especially if it's something that you're asking the board to come back to of options that were already taken out to comment or partially developed through this document, then we would have something to work with and not be starting from scratch. And the process would probably not take as long.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I have.
Yeah. Please go ahead, Michelle.
So, based on that, I think that just underscores all the conversation that has gone around the table thus far that, this is a big shift in our management approach for recreational fisheries. And I think just highlights the importance of the decision that, we're going to make during what I presume will be final action in June. And so, I've raised this issue a couple times, but, last year we saw some examples from Dr. Rago of how, risk might change as we approach the edge of a step within sort of a generic harvest control rule. And then, at our December meeting, in response to a question from the public, Dr. Rago noted that, as a harvest control rule becomes implemented down the road, it may have some bearing on decisions the SSC makes. And so, we've kind of danced around this, but I think that, for us to make the most informed decision that we can when we take final action in June, it seems prudent to have an understanding of what the trade-offs might be among these different approaches with respect to risk and uncertainty. And I recognize that we have been, talking a little more specifically about timeline, but, I do have a draft motion that I would like to offer that addresses this, issue of risk and uncertainty whenever you think that is most appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Michelle. I think maybe it's best to put that up now. Okay, let's.
All right, thank you.
nominate
Thank you,
quickly.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah, and you're gonna have to read that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you read that one because it looks complicated. So I'm gonna let you read that one into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my motion is request that the SSC provide a qualitative evaluation in time for final action at the June 2022 Council Policy Board meeting regarding the potential effect of each of the 5 primary alternatives in the Harvest Control Rule Addendum Framework on the SSC's assessment and application of risk and uncertainty in determining ABCs. The intent is to provide the Council and Policy Board with information to consider the trade-offs among the different alternatives with respect to the relative risk of overfishing, increasing uncertainty, fishery stability, and the likelihood of reaching/remaining at BMSY for each approach at different biomass levels and parens, e.g. for biomass between 1/2 BMSY and BMSY, the relative risk among alternatives is parens highest to lowest, E greater than C, greater than B, greater than A, greater than D. And if I could get a second to that motion, I just have a little bit more rationale that I'd like to offer before discussion.
Yeah, of course. I think, well, I'd like to, so let's do this. Let me ask for a second. Is there a second to the motion? I have Dewey. Dewey, are you going to second that motion?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. So now I need to turn it over to the policy board. And I'm going to turn it, well, I can ask for the question here, Spud, if you're okay with that, just to get the names on the screen. Emerson, I saw your hand first. Are you making that motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion on behalf of the policy board.
Shannon Madsen, are you seconding that motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. Let me go, I want to go back to Michelle, and you said you had a few other things you wanted to say before, now that we have a motion to debate. Go ahead, Michelle, and then I'll give everybody else an opportunity to provide comment. So go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I hope it's clear that my, intent is to respect and maintain our current timeline, but it's also to be mindful of the SSC's workload. And I think, most importantly, consider the kind of information and feedback that I think would be most useful to the council and board as we approach a final decision in June. And as an example, I would highlight the feedback that the SSC's economic work group is providing to the research steering committee, which is helping the committee to better understand qualitatively the trade-offs of certain draft decisions with respect to redevelopment of an RSA program and how they might impact the ability to achieve draft goals the committee has developed. So I think that type of feedback would be, most useful, assuming it could be completed in time for the June briefing book, and obviously welcome, Dr. Rago and staff feedback on that. And so, just trying to be specific enough to provide, guidance to the SSC so that, if this motion were to pass, terms of reference could be developed, by staff and council leadership. And, I'll note that, fishery stability is in this motion, and from my perspective, that encompasses, biological as well as social and economic considerations, and that's a goal of this action before us. So, this issue's been raised around the table as well as by members of the public, so I think it's appropriate to have a conversation at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Dewey, did you want to add anything?
I fully agree with this motion and think that it's deserving and look forward to the review. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. And just to put you on notice, Paul Rago, I'm going to come to you in a second, but let me ask Emerson and Shanna. Go ahead. Do you have anything you want to add, Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Michelle covered it quite well, but I would add something. I'm just going to read something that's in our document, and it's repeated several times in the document. However, it should be noted that harvest overages can contribute to overfishing, even at high biomass levels. And as previously stated, in order to comply with the MSA, any adopted options must prevent overfishing. An analysis of potential impacts on stock status under this, as well as all other options in this document, has not been performed. Well, here's our opportunity to perform that analysis, as well as to have the SSC take a look at this new approach that we're developing to recreational management. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Emerson. Shanna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that Michelle and Emerson really covered everything very well, so I won't belabor the point. I do think that, in a previous meeting, I had brought up that I thought this first page of the appendix was incredibly helpful in providing us some, metrics to be able to compare to help us, better make a decision of which one of these methodologies we want moving forward. And I think that this, this proposition by Michelle really helps to drive that home. I think that, all we're really asking for is more information to help us make the best decision possible, and really understand what the trade-offs are between these various methodologies.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Emerson, you have your hand up still. I was going to go to the rest of the policy board.
I'm going to lower my hand.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Anybody else on the board or the council that wants to offer any thoughts? Jason McNamee?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. That's all I'm going to request it. I'm really struggling with this motion, and if there's an opportunity to have Dr. Rago offer some comments, and like in particular, what I'm interested in is their ability to actually do this. That's what I'm sort of confused about, is the ability for the SSC to actually do something like this in a way that, you know, the SSC members would be comfortable with in the timeline here. So
Sure.
if there's an opportunity, I'd love to hear from Dr. Rago.
Yeah, I was just looking through to make sure, see if he was on the call. Paul, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Would you be able to speak to the motion and what you think the SSC could do?
Sure. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the first step would be to just poll the SSC and see the level of interest. I've done some preliminary work just and had mentioned this actually since June, that I thought that this might be a topic that would come under our purview at some time. So I think there is kind of a broad base of interest, and we do have a lot of members who have been involved fairly extensively with National Academy review processes related to the MRIP overall and some of the recreational harvest aspects. That being said, it is a tight schedule to fit into. We have 2 meetings prior to the June meeting. We would have to formulate some form of subcommittee to try to address it. To Jason's point specifically, I think he's referring to the fact that, you know, could the SSC do something substantive? Would this be kind of an arm waving overview of the measures, or could there be some digging in terms of the specifics? On that latter point, I'm not sure we would have that full capability, such as something that could be done apart from doing a management strategy evaluation or some other evaluation of controls. So we're somewhere in between being able to sort of speak in broad generalities versus detailed actions. I do think we could comment on the potential implications of the control measures with respect to you know, a key word in this proposal is controllability or stability of the fisheries, and anything that reduces fishery stability, irrespective of its source, will tend to increase uncertainty overall and therefore reduce ABCs. So there are some ways I think that we could perhaps add some value added to this discussion. And as Michelle, Dr. Duvall has made very clear, you know, it's not a stall tactic or anything that would, you know, prevent the moving forward on this, but perhaps maybe add some additional value to the process. Hope that's helpful, and if you have any further questions, I'm online. Thank you very much, Mr.
Yeah, we'll keep you online here and see if anyone else has any clarifying questions. Looks like I think it's Adam next. Adam Nowalski, go ahead.
I appreciate this motion from Dr. Duvall, and I support the sentiment of it, with the sentiment of it, which I believe is getting SSC input about some of the merits that we have here in time for final action. So where I dissent and have an issue with the motion as it's presently presented is I think it is too specific on a couple of counts. One, if we're truly looking for the best information and the best advice, as Dr. Rago indicated, this may be a little aggressive for their schedule right now. Quite frankly, I think that meshes well with the idea for further delay. I think that if we delayed this document to a May-August timeline, we removed the line in this motion about the June 2022 final action and just said final action, so that we got the SSC input in time for final action, then it wouldn't be so specific. Again, it meshes well with delay, giving the SSC some more time to comment. Additionally, what I would do based on what I see here is with the specificity of what's in here, I'm not sure this is either the best way forward, nor is it necessarily all-inclusive. So if we were to delay action today, what I would ask of staff, potentially in conjunction with the FMAT PDT, again, the question was what more would they do? I'd look to them to develop some terms of reference, if you will, for what specifically we want the SSC to come back to us and comment on. So that A, gives them a little bit more time, B, allows us to further develop this some. So I think I'm going to find myself opposed to this motion as written, again, because of the over-specified merits of both the timeline here as well as the constraints of what we're asking the SSC to look at. But I would support the sentiment if we chose to move forward in a little bit different direction with modifying the timeline, whether we could involve the SSC by consent with getting them some further developed terms of reference, if you will, for them to take a look at. I think I would certainly support that idea moving forward.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that, Adam. I saw Julia's hand go up. Go ahead, Julia.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to the suggestion that this motion be made broader and that the FMAT and PDT provide suggestions for what else could be looked at. And I kind of wanted to turn that back around on the Council and Policy Board because, like I said earlier in the presentation, the FMAT and PDT doesn't really think that there are any like glaring holes in the document right now or anything major that's missing. So we're kind of looking to the Council and Policy Board to provide that input on the specific things that are missing or that would need to be looked at.
Yeah, I mean, and I got your text. Well, I think you sent me a text as well. So if there's nothing that's going to change, then I guess from what I'm understanding, we either have to move forward or provide more comment, right? I mean, that's what you're saying, Julia?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we either have to move this thing forward or give you guys more advice on where it's going to go. And I think it's my opinion, we've exhausted that. And you've done an amazing job putting this together. So, so let me see what others think. I don't have, oh, Jason just put his hand up. Go ahead, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Dr. Rago. I appreciated those comments. My question is actually to Dr. Duvall. Is it your intent that this happen on the existing timeline? Or was it your intent that this was going to be on a sort of longer arc? I'm having a little trouble figuring that part out.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dr. McNamee. So, my intent was really along the existing timeline of, what staff presented as, our current arc for final action, simply because there wasn't another timeline in front of us. And I think, listening to the conversation around the table, I appreciate all of Adam's comments and about, supporting the sentiment, but not necessarily the way this motion is constructed, and definitely appreciate that. But I also take to heart the comments of Mr. Pentney about being able to use these, the potential to use one of these alternatives for 2023, and that's why my motion is crafted as it is with respect to timeframe.
Yeah, thanks. Jason, did you have a follow-up with Michelle?
Yeah.
I just saw your hand go down. Yeah, go ahead. If you have something, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a word of thanks to Dr. Duval. I think that was helpful for me and kind of gets me more on board with this, just to be forthright about it. And just on the substance, I was really struggling because this is like the kind of motion that I really appreciate. I think the information would be valuable, even if it's kind of contextual. Like what I'm anticipating we get back is something to the effect of a control rule with 13 levels is going to have less stability than a control rule with 4, that kind of stuff. And maybe they are able to jump that up a level to say which they prefer and which interacts best with their existing risk and uncertainty policies. So I think this is really valuable, and I in particular like it now in the context of it, if it is possible to get something and keep us on the current timeline. So thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. I think from Mike Pitney's comments, I think the timeline is it's critical to what we're talking about. And, from my opinion, Michelle put this out there to try to get some information back from the SSC. And I'm supportive of it. I know that the timeline's kind of tight, but I think we can make it work. I'm trying to get feedback from Chris and others, about, whether or not we can pull this off. But, I'm thinking, I'm always optimistic that we can get stuff done. But again, it's not my staff and, the people that put their time into this. It's, I don't have control over that. Go, Michelle, your hand's up. Do you have something you want to offer?
Yeah, just in response, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response to, what Jay said, contextual, I think is a good word. And Jay, I apologize that, my example reference of the feedback that the SSC's economic work group is providing to the council's research steering committee isn't, there's no reason that you would have known sort of the contextual nature of it, but I think that's a great word for the type of feedback we're getting from them regarding the trade-offs of different decisions. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Michelle. Dan Farnham, go ahead, Dan.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yep, I'm going to support this motion. I mean, these concerns have come up at other meetings previously, back in October and December. They've been echoed across both the recreational and the commercial fisheries from the science side. Many people have echoed these, and why wouldn't we want this information for final action, be it in June or in August, as Adam Nowalski suggested? I'll support this motion. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. No, I appreciate that, Dan. Eric, Chairman Reed, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I mean, I fully support this motion, but I also support Mr. Nawalski's timeline. You know, this is a radical departure on how we do things now. If that means we have to continue the discussion from June until August, 2 months, to be as informed as possible from the SSC and tasking staff to develop terms of reference, as Mr. Nawalski had mentioned. I mean, that's, you know, Mike, you said we've already asked everything we can. I don't think that that's the case. And actually, in the beginning of this discussion, it was, well, if we do delay, we have to be specific on tasks that we provide. And Adam was pretty specific on those tasks. So I support the motion, and I would support moving changing the language in time for final action and striking in June, because I think that the SSC would really be good at informing us on a lot of this, and eventually they're going to have to use it. So I think that they should weigh in as best they can and not be jammed into a very, very tight timeline. I think that this action deserves all the attention it can get, and I would appreciate the SSC getting a good shot at it, not a rushed shot. So I support the motion, but I would also support adjusting the timeline until August. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that, Eric, and sorry, my dog's barking in the background. You know, I think one of the things that's important to understand is the timeline for stuff for these actions. And I saw Mike Penny's hand go up. Mike, you made a point earlier that, you know, timing is essential on, you know, in this case. So do you have a comment on that maybe to help everybody understand kind of where we are?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to restate it. I want it to be really clear on the record, because I don't want to be thrown under the bus a year from now that we didn't get this done. If the council and the board delay this action until August, this will not be done in December. By, you know, council staff, Chris talked about this, council staff, you know, probably after June, council staff, technical committee staff, they're going to be working, my staff are going to be getting ready for spec setting in August. And after the August council meeting, board meeting, setting specs, staff are going to be working on a specs document. That is going to be the priority for January 1st, 2023. So this will not be done for December. So as long as everybody's okay with that, knowing that we might be having this exact same conversation a year from now, you know, I'll abstain on a motion to delay, but, or actually I'm going to oppose it, but I want people to be as clear as possible that this is not going to be done in December if you delay until August.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to hold off on my own thoughts right now. But if I have to have this conversation again in a year, I mean, a lot of us have been doing this for a long time, and it's just, you know, we need to move forward. We need to get things done. And I think this motion calls for that. And, you know, I support that. So, let me see if I have any other hands. So Spud, actually, did we go out to the public already on this motion? I can't even remember.
Not on this motion, Mr. Chair.
Not on this motion? Okay, so let me go to the public. Thanks, Chris. Let me go to the public to see if anyone has any thoughts, any comments. I see Greg DiDomenico. Go ahead, Greg.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make brief comments. Won't be surprised to hear that we support this motion for the many reasons we have articulated over the past year. The SSC's involvement in this is integral. And in fact, the SSC is going to be the people who are going to have to implement this. And just like they had to make serious implementation plans and an awful lot of work when we reauthorized Magnuson back in 06, 07, I see this no different from then. In fact, I see it even more crucial. So their involvement in this is critical, and it will be critical for them to determine whether or not we're going to be able to determine if we're overfishing. So again, I support this motion. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Greg. Mike Wayne, go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Wayne with the American Sport Fishing Association. I'm not opposed to the intent here, but again, I have comments on the timeline. It's still very unclear to us how the measures would be set for alternatives C, D, and E if the models aren't ready. I don't know if I'll get an opportunity to make comments on a motion regarding timing here, so I'm trying to make them now. But my understanding is staff is saying if the models aren't informing the measures for those alternatives, we're going to end up using something like status quo to set the measures. And I'm concerned about that. And then I heard Dr. Duvall say, well, if we choose one of these and it doesn't work out, could we always come back to the other alternatives? And to me, that trial and error approach will be very dangerous. And I think it's reasonable to provide the public more information on the alternatives C, D, E before asking for their input on those alternatives. And I think we're in a really, I don't know, it's hard for me to articulate how scary this looks right here, right now. But I hope that board and council seriously consider the timeline on this, and maybe they're going to do that in another motion. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Appreciate your thoughts. Charles, I'm gonna say your name wrong. Is it Wittek? Wittek?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Yeah. So yeah. How do you say your last name so I can remember?
It is Wittek.
Wittek. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I do support this motion, and in fact, I don't know how you can take this issue out to public comment and expect intelligent public comment without having the information on the various options that the motion seeks. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Charles. I appreciate that. Mike Pentney, your hand's still up. Did you have a comment to one of the speakers? Okay, Mike's hand went down. Let's see who else I have. Mike Playa.
Yes, thank you, Mike. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good Italian guy. Here we go.
Yeah, I support the motion. I think that I would also support a timing motion if Adam would like to make one. I understand Mike Petney's point about delaying it, but my reaction to that is that we've been doing it this way for 20 years. I mean, one more year isn't going to hurt. Let's get it right. And I think that this SSC input is critical to the whole process. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Mike. And thank you for your service on the AP. You know, I know you have a big voice there, so thank you for that. Let's see who else I have here. There's no other hands at this time. So is that Jim? Jim Gilmore. Go ahead, Jim. Jim Gilmore.
Can you hear me now, Mike?
Yeah, there you go, Jim. We got you.
Sorry, too many buttons.
Yeah, no
just
worries.
Simple question. If this passes, do we still have the opportunity for another motion on harvest control rule that'll keep us on schedule so that we at least have the potential of finishing this in time for fishing year 2023? Thank you.
Yes, I think that is correct. And I will look to staff to make sure that's okay. But I think the task here is to the SSC, and based on Mike Pentney's comments and other comments, I think we have the ability to put this out for comment to keep us on track. So that's where I am.
Chair, that's correct.
Justin, Chris, are you good? That's where we are right now, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Yeah, normally I'd be able to lean over and ask you a quick question, but it's not how we're doing things right now. Justin, go ahead, Justin Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify that if this motion passes, this analysis and input isn't a condition for taking final action at the June joint.
No, I think it's more of a request if it can happen.
Okay, thanks.
That's how I read it. And Michelle, maybe I'll go to Michelle, since Michelle was the person who, brought this up originally. So Michelle, if the SSC is not able to do so, what are your thoughts if the SSC can't provide input on this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are correct in your reading that, this is not meant to be a condition of taking final action in June. It was meant to help inform our final action in June. So, my hope and the intent of this was to, if the SSC can't provide anything, then they can't provide anything. I don't have any control over that. I was hoping.
Sure, of course, right.
Yeah, so it was really to try to, get us as much information as possible. And I think Mr. McNamee, had the right terminology of contextual to, describe, I think, what we're looking for here.
Yeah, okay. All right, good. I'm gonna take two more hands, and then we're gonna. Well, I saw three came up now. Let's go to Justin. Then we'll go to Eric Reed, and then Tom Fody, and then we're gonna call the question. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, Mike, I'm gonna make a motion to amend.
No, yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
You might be sorry anyway, Mike. So I'm gonna make a motion to amend. and
You're killing me. You're killing me, Eric.
My motion to amend is for final action by the August meeting. That's the top line. In time for final action by the August 2022 meeting. That doesn't preclude us from June, but it buys us time if the SSC can't get in the game until an August finish. That's my rationale.
Okay, so your wording is your wording more for making sure the
my wording is in time for final action
before the meeting.
Yeah, in time for final action by the August meeting. By the August meeting. By the August meeting. Not at the August meeting. By the August meeting. That's my motion, and that buys it. If the SSC needs a little bit of more time, I'm more than happy to give it to them. If they don't need the time, then we can move in soon. But at least it allows us to get input from them and settle the matter by the August meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I would need it.
Yeah.
Obviously,
I
would
appreciate your motion. So I guess we have to, let's go through the motions. I do have a concern that the timeline, it's kind of critical here, but let me see if, so you're making that motion on behalf of the board?
Yeah, and Mike, I mean, timing is critical, but what is more critical? Timing or making an informed decision from every angle we can get it done? To me, it's the latter.
Right. No, I totally understood. So we have a motion on behalf of the board by Eric Reed. Is there a second? I'll ask again, is there a second for the motion to amend? Joe Semino, are you seconding? You're going to second that motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I mean, I would like to hear a discussion on this. Yes, I'm seconding,
Yeah, okay.
and I can also make the motion for the council.
Okay. All right. So Joe's going to make the motion on behalf of the council. So if staff can put Semino in there, and Eric's got his hand up, but he always keeps his hand up. I'm going to go with, let me see, Adam. Adam, are you you're going to second that?
I'm seconding that for the council, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Let's have a discussion about the timing, and let's open it up for discussion by the council and the policy board. I'll look for hands. I don't see any at this point. I can go back to you, Eric, if you, did you want to offer, I mean, you've already spoken to it, but I can come back to you just for process.
No need to come back to me, Mike.
Okay. Joe, did you want to offer anything?
Okay, yeah, well, there were quite a few people in favor of the motion that said, that there's the potential for some really valuable input. And I realize the awkwardness of trying to do this for final action in August, but we've been up against those types of timelines for these species many times, where we're talking about setting measures well within the current, in the spring of the year that we're taking action. And so I'm curious, if the SSC can't do it in the amount of time in the original motion, and that information is very valuable. I'm hoping that there are people that would see the value in the possible delay. And I appreciate Eric's motion that, that this is just a possible delay if that information needs that extra time. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Let's see, Justin Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize if I'm just being slow on the uptake because we're getting late in the day here, but
yeah,
if we vote up this amendment, it doesn't mean that we have to delay final action till the August meeting. That's still a decision we haven't made yet. So in that case in which we don't decide to delay final action until the August meeting, it would mean that we'd ask the SSC to stick to the timeline from the original motion here, or we'd ask them to provide us that by the August meeting, even though we've already taken final action.
So the way that, well, I'm trying, if I understand it correctly, we would we would be not informed by the SSC if we took action in June versus August.
Okay, thanks. I'm just, trying to.
Yeah, I'm
We're not taking
honestly,
delay final action.
I'm doing the best I can right now to keep track of all this stuff, and maybe somebody can help me out. I see Chris Moore's hand up, so maybe we can get a a statement from Chris and staff to kind of grab all this and put it into perspective of what we're talking about right now. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's getting more confusing and we're a little confused, but go back to some of the earlier comments that we heard from other folks. I think Mike Pentney has been very clear in terms of what we expect in terms of timeline. Stick with a June timeline for final decision on this framework, able to set 2023 specs in December. If we wait till August, not so much, right? Heard from Paul Rago, who has said that it's likely that if we ask the SSC to provide the information in June, we'll get some information in June. If we want to wait until August, we'd probably get some more information or additional information from the SSC. But if the request to the SSC is for June, I'm confident that Paul and the SSC would provide us with something to help inform our decision in June. That'll be part of a package that would include comments from stakeholders. It would include the analysis that's in the document, and we could make an informed decision in June. I still stick by our earlier comments that timeline that Julia put up, an hour and a half ago.
I think Chris cut off.
Chairman, we can't hear you.
Yeah, there you go. Chris, you cut off for about 30 seconds.
I think Paul Rago has his hand up.
Yeah.
Just a quick comment. Deadlines.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Okay. Yeah. Just a quick comment. Deadlines are the mother of invention. So I think we can get something by June. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to step through a couple more hands, and then we're going to call the question. It's getting late in the day. We're at our time limit. It's almost 5. So let me go to Justin Davis first. Go ahead, Justin. Justin. You're on mute, Justin, if you can unmute yourself.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. My hand was up.
There you go. Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead.
My hand was up from before. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Paul Reese. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very concerned about the timeline as everybody has spoken about it, but also I think that it's obvious to the SSC that we want to have things by June, and if they can't, it would be remiss to just push through in June and not to have. I mean, like Mr. Reed said, it'd be nice to get this right, and if in June we don't have it, then we can make that decision at that time. But to put a deadline of June on and we get nothing, I think having a deadline of August and making a decision down the road is a fair option. So I can support this.
So you're going to support you're supporting the motion to amend?
That's right.
Okay. And I guess, so just because of the timeline issues, and I'm just thinking about in June, we don't have to take we don't have to take that action if we're not informed by what this motion is directing the SSC for. We can always postpone then. I just hate to put a to postpone something right now. That's just my opinion. So I got a couple hands. It looks like Joe Semino, and then I'll go to Dan Farnham. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'll echo what Dan just said. I mean, my intent as a seconder and then making the motion was that this would provide some flexibility, not that we necessarily were tied to a new deadline. And I think I was hoping to hear from more folks that were supportive of that flexibility. But the other reason why I raised my hand is I think we will need a caucus at the board level. Thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly do a caucus. That's fine. Dan Farnham, go ahead, Dan.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This isn't, I want to be clear, this motion doesn't, I'm going to support this motion, by the way, I'll say that first, but this motion isn't delaying till August. It's just giving us the option that if we get to June, at the June meeting, and we get enough information from the SSC where we have more concerns, then we can postpone till the August meeting. I mean, hopefully we will have enough info at the June meeting to make our decision, but I think this information is going to be crucial to how we move forward with this action. This action is as close to an amendment as you're going to get on the council level here. And I think it's important that we have all the information to when we make our decision. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I'm going to go next to Kate, and then Tom, you're next after Kate. Tom, if you can put your hand back up, there you go. Let me go to Kate first, and Tom will come to you in a minute. Kate Wilkie.
Me? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
We hear you.
Sorry about that. I guess all of this talk about the in time for final action has me a little bit confused. Bottom line, I would like to see SSC review. I want to hear what they have to say about the options in the document. I also want to make sure that whatever final decision we make is well thought out and well informed. And so I guess this has just been a little bit confusing with the language in time for final action by August. Are we still asking the SSC to provide the information by June? I guess that would be one thing that I'm asking for clarity on.
We're asking the SSC if they can to provide us with advice by June. And if that advice doesn't come by June, then we have to delay final action till August, which is what Garfo's said. They're saying the timing for that is not good for them. So Kate, where's your hang up on this?
Well, I guess I'm just I would like it sounds like the SSC can provide the info by June, so great. Then that would be my hope and expectation. And then I don't even understand why it has to say in time for final action in this motion, but it does, so that's what we're stuck on. So, I mean, I guess for me, it could be, I could support either motion.
Yeah. That makes it tough.
Right, I just want to make sure that there's SSC review.
So, you know, honestly, I don't think this is that complicated. I think that it's an SSC review. They come back to us in June, and if they can't, then everything gets postponed until August or some other time. But you know, that's just kind of where I am. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I can support this motion because we don't have the option of going to a final approval in June. And truthfully, I'm sitting here, you know, nobody I think has been more boisterous about not like what's been going on for the last 10 years of how we manage black sea bass, summer flounder, and scup, and how the mistakes we've made over the years and have lost the total trust of the public, both commercial and recreational. This is solving one little part of the problem. The real part of the problem I see is where we don't allow quotas to be fished on. We put more restrictions, more precautionary approaches, and we have limited what both the commercial and the recreational sector can harvest in the last 10 years to ridiculous points, where we have stocks that are 3 times the targets, and we're still basically giving small quotas to both the commercial and the recreational. So this is a step in the right direction, but it's not the final step in the right direction. We need to correct the problems to win back the faith and trust of the public, and we've lost that completely, both commercially and recreationally, and even a lot of commissioners and council members.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. So all of a sudden, Tom, as soon as you started talking, about 10 hands came up well, maybe not 10, but hands for comment. So I'm going to go. We're going to wrap this up pretty soon. I know it's getting late in the day. I'm going to go to Mike Pentney right now, and then Tom Fody, I'll come to you next. Let's see if Mike had a response to anything that was said. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to oppose the motion to amend. I don't think that's any surprise, but Mr. Chairman, you said 2 things that struck me in recently. The first thing you said was that this motion to amend, we would try to take final action in June. We would ask the SSC to have something for us in June. And where in the motion to amend is that the word June would not appear in the motion if the motion to amend passes. So I don't know where we're reaching that conclusion. The second thing you said was, that under this motion, if we try to take final action in June, and if we can't, then, we postpone until August. And I agree, but we don't need a motion to do that. We don't need a motion today that tells us what we do if the SSC comes to us in June and doesn't have the answers, wasn't able to complete its work. Then at the June meeting, we can have a motion to defer final action until August. We've done that many times in the past where we meet prepared to take final action, and based on a concern or an issue or some other something
Right,
missing,
yeah.
we move and we defer. So we don't need a motion to amend to do this. The original motion sets us up for a June final decision, information from the SSC in June. If we get to June and we're not ready, then we can take that up in June, and if necessary, move it to August. I think this motion, the motion to amend, sets us up with an expectation that we're not going to take final action until August.
Right. Okay. Yeah, Mike, I appreciate that. Let me go to Nicola. And then Tom, I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mike Pentney really just, covered most of what I was going to say. I feel like this, this larger timeline question, and the issue of what are we going to approve for public comment? Is it the whole document? Is it part of the document? All of that is being wrapped into this other motion right now. And I'd rather deal with this motion about the SSC's tasking and then get to that larger question. The two of them are getting wrapped around each other. And I think people are interpreting it in different ways right now. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And sorry about that. Tom, your hand's still up.
No, this is the other Tom. This is not me, Tom Foti.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that would be me, Tom Schlichter.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tom.
I would like to have as much information as possible, but it just sounds to me that as the year goes on, the SSC is going to be clearly more busy. And I think that I'd like to see what they can have by June. If we have to put it off one more time, then we do that. I think let's see what they can come through with. But, we could always ask for June and, final determination at that point if we need to move it to August.
Right. Okay. All right, so I think we're at the point where we need to take action here. We have a motion to amend. And I guess since I think it's been our operating guidelines that the council will take the first vote and then the board will take the next vote. So, Spud, if you're okay with that, I can call the question to the council and we'll see where it goes.
That sounds good, Mike.
Are you good? Okay. So there's a motion to amend. I'm going to ask for support of this motion. If you can please raise your hand. So I'm counting Peter Hughes, Paul Reese, Skip Feller, Dan Farnham, Sonny Gwynn, Wes Townsend. One, two, 7. Adam Nowalski. Oh, people. All right, let me see here. All right, so if your hand's up right now, you are in support of the amended motion, and a whole bunch of hands came up after I called the question. So let me count again. I got 11. Anyone else?
I have 11 as well.
Yeah, okay. All right, so can we take the hands down? You guys are going to make me vote, aren't you? All right, let's go with opposition. Two. So I have Wilkie, Pentney, Duvall, Sarah Winslow, Maureen Davidson, Chris Kuhn, David Stormer, and Chris Bat Savage. So what's that count? Oh, actually, and Pat Gear.
I got 9, Mike.
Is that 9? All right. If you can clear the hands. Any abstentions? All right, seeing none, we have a motion that passes the council at 11-9. And Spud, I'm going to turn it over to you for the board.
All right, thanks, Mike. All right, we're going to take a board vote. Do we need time to caucus as a policy board? If so, raise your hand. I'm
I
not
have
sure.
I have hands in favor of caucus.
Okay, let's take a 2-minute caucus, please.
Mr. Chairman, I've been getting a couple of texts to clarify what happens if we vote this up. And so I'm gonna pose a question to you. If this motion to amend passes that says in time for taking final action in August, if this passes, then that would be voting, then this motion would become the main motion, then we would be voting to take final action in August.
Right. If you're asking me, that's, yeah.
So, just to make that clear to everybody, passing this motion to amend would then make it the main motion, which then would become a decision of whether or not you were delaying or taking final action in August or not.
Right.
And I have Joe Cimino with his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, as maker and seconder for the council, that wasn't my understanding. I thought that was the intention of the word, kind of as by August at the latest, not in August, with the assumption that if everything could be pulled off sooner, then that's what would happen. And and we heard from Paul that he believes the SSC could do something by June. So, I'm going through all this voting, thinking that that June is still a possibility. And I really appreciate Mike Pentney's comments that this seems like a frivolous motion, although with the amount of time invested, it no longer seems like a frivolous motion. So my apologies to everyone, but I certainly had a different assumption than that. And, you know, as the maker and seconder, I'm curious where my assumption falls into all this.
The language would need to be altered a little to make that clearer, but I guess maybe if it becomes the main motion, we could do that. And leave that to the board. We can't change motions after it's been voted on by one, body.
All right, so I think that we need to decide if we want, so here's, this is how I'm like operating right now. Do we want the final action to be in June or August? And if the SSC can be part of that, you know, we'd love to get their perspective, but Mike Pentney was really clear that if we don't take final action in June, we're not going to be able to do, we're going to be in the same situation we are right now next year. So, I mean, is that where we are as far as, you know, deciding on what to vote for here? I mean, Tony, like, do you have any thoughts?
I might call in some help from Bob. I think you guys have already I heard the intention of the maker of the motion, but the language is not read that way, and so I don't know how to resolve this at that
Okay.
point, because the way the language reads, it is making a determination of when you're taking final action. So I'm looking for help from Bob. He has his hand up.
Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Tony. My recollection is very similar to what Joe Cimino just said, and I think Eric Reed made that comment when he made the motion, which is his intent of the language of by the August 22 meeting. I think he said the word by like 7 times. By the August 22 meeting meant it could happen in June if things are available, but if it doesn't, it will happen in August. So, you know, I don't, you know, at or before the August meeting, I don't know what the exact wording is, but my recollection is that the maker and seconder, and I don't know where Adam is, but it seems like Mr. Reed and Mr. Cimino both were saying, you know, it could happen earlier, but August is the latest was their intention with this wording. Whether people are reading it that way, I'm not sure, and if it needs to be fixed, but that's my recollection of where they were going.
Okay.
All right. Then from there, I guess we can go with that intention for the board's vote.
Okay.
My concern is make sure that everybody on the policy board that's voting for this understands that really the word by means actually no later than. You know, in hindsight, that probably would have been a better word choice, but here we are. And, you know, if that is the understanding of everyone, the policy board, then we can proceed with a vote. If it's not, then someone raise their hand and tell me that they're not satisfied with their understanding of the motion.
All right, so something, you know, the one thing we can do, Spud, is we can just ask, well, the council already voted on this. If you're not,
I think the question for you, Mike, and back to the council is, did they vote for it or against it based on their understanding of the makers of the motion's intent?
Well, right, of course, it's always the, you know, we always want to make sure that people that are voting or know what they're voting on. And I'm not going to.
Let's proceed with the board, policy board vote, and clear the deck of that, and then we'll see what we have.
Okay. Yeah. If you're okay with that, let's do it.
Okay. All right. So, members of the policy board, all those in favor of the motion to amend, signify by raising your hand. One vote for each delegation, of course. Tony, help me with the
Yep,
hands.
I will get the states for you, Bob. If you'll put your hand down, that'll help me out. All right, I have 2 in favor, Rhode Island and New Jersey. If council staff can clear the hands for me. They're cleared. I'm ready, Spud.
Okay, all those opposed to the motion to amend, raise your hand.
Just let the hands settle because they move around a lot. They take a lot.
It's the most,
it's hard to read them.
So
Okay.
the person who can figure out how to do this is going to be $1 million. They're going to make $1 million.
Okay. So I have opposed. I have New Hampshire, South Carolina, I have Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Maine, Massachusetts, Delaware, Florida, NOAA Fisheries, Connecticut, Maryland, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, New York, and Georgia.
Okay, any null votes?
Just 1 second, Spud. Oh, let me get the hands down. Okay, now I'm ready for null votes.
Any null votes?
I have no hands.
Any abstentions?
I have no hands.
All right. My count is 2 in favor and 15 opposed. No null votes and no abstentions. The board.
Same count.
Turn it back to you, Mike.
All right, thanks, Bud. So this comes back to the board, or it comes back to the body for the main motion, and it hasn't been changed. So I'd rather not read it into the record, but does the policy board need to caucus on this?
Mike, the motion failed by the policy board. So for the policy board, this does not become the main motion.
No, the motion to amend failed.
Right.
Right?
I'm just saying it's a different motion between the two bodies now. So I give it to Bob.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
All right. I hate to be this guy at 5:20 or 5:30 at night, but the policy board never really agreed on joint voting procedures with the council. So we were proceeding as if we'd sort of be able to work in concert. We never got to the point where we had a resolution of what would happen if we differed on the outcome of a vote like we just did. So we're in a little bit of sort of uncharted territory of the council has you know, a motion, an amended motion before them, and the commission does not have an amended motion before then. So I don't know if I have any great advice on where to go from here. We didn't, you know, without the normal operating procedures where if a vote fails one of the bodies, it fails both of the bodies. In the absence of that, we're kind of in a predicament. So again, hate to be that guy at 5:30 at night, but that's where we are.
Yeah, so the fact that so answer me this, Bob. The motion to amend failed.
It failed the commission, but passed the council.
Passed the council, failed the board.
Correct.
But in the past, we have, that would, you know, when we talk about rec specs and, you know, everything else, that means we go back to the main motion. But
that's correct. However,
yeah, I mean, I get it. Like the policy board, we don't have an agreement. So, okay. So let me ask Spud. What do you think we do here, Spud?
Well, if the intent of these joint meetings is to find concurrence.
Yes, that's what the intent is.
To develop an outcome, we obviously do not have concurrence on the motion to amend. So the way I look at it is that renders that invalid instead of further consideration. We default back to the main motion and we vote on the main motion.
So you would like to take a vote on the main motion right now?
That way I look at it is the lack of concurrence on the motion to amend renders it invalid for further consideration.
Yeah, but sure, of course. Yeah, that's how I thought about it too. So that's, you know, I'm fine with that. If as long as you're comfortable with it, I'm fine with that. I saw Mike Pentney's hand up. Mike, was there anything legally that we have to be concerned about?
Yeah, I was just sort of thinking on the fly, and you know, I mean, one option is if we're trying to make sure that we're voting consistently on the main motion, and it can't be me because I oppose the council motion, but somebody on the prevailing side of the council vote could move to reconsider that vote in light of the board vote, and see if if it then fails the council upon reconsideration, then we'd be back to the main motion consistently for both bodies. But maybe that's not necessary given Spud's position there.
We're kind of operating outside of Robert's rules in the strictest sense. And I think we're, as Bob said, we're kind of doing this as we go. And you know, if lack of concurrence between the two voting bodies, rendering something invalid causes people concern, then I guess that's something we need to talk about. But I don't know that we would resolve that tonight. I mean, we're already 5:34.
Yeah, it's getting late.
You know, people
do you
I mean,
how so Spud, so how comfortable are you calling the question to the board on the main motion?
It's easy for me because we obviously by vast majority opposed the motion to amend, so that's pretty clear.
Yeah, okay.
Yours is a bigger challenge.
Why don't you call the question and you know, and I'll call the question on the council after you're done.
Okay, all right. Is there anyone on the policy board that feels the need to caucus before a vote on the main motion? We've talked about this main motion quite a bit. If so, raise your hand.
I see a couple hands come up there, so.
Okay, well, let's take another 2-minute caucus.
Yeah,
So
couple
we'll vote at
minutes,
5:30.
caucus. Perfect.
I have a question of what we're doing. Doesn't the council have to go first and resend it, basically change its vote on the, resend the motion before we act?
Tom, we often go back and forth on the votes between the bodies. That's what we normally do. So it would be our turn.
So Tony, I think what Tom's asking is based on the.
There was no, can I just? There was
Yeah,
no
go ahead,
vote.
Tom.
There was no vote by the council. The council has a vote on the motion. We can't, they have to rescind their vote on the motion so we could vote on the overall motion. Because we're basically, playing around Robert's rules like we're doing. That's fine. But I think the council needs to decide first what it's going to do, because I don't want to be in the same situation if they can't get it passed. So the council needs to act first here just to basically figure out what they're doing. So if they want to resend.
Yeah, but we're not rescinding anything at this point, Tom. We're not. This is a whole different action.
But you're going to have to resend your vote before you can vote on the next motion. Am I right or wrong?
No, I don't think so.
Well, not to throw further confusion in it, but I think technically he may be correct because now the board voted, the council voted to amend a motion. So the motion that belongs to the board, to the council now would be an amended main motion. So, and Mike Pentney described this too, is that it's probably cleaner to deal with that at the council level before the board votes on it. Again, I'm just thinking on the fly here.
Yeah.
Spud and Mike, would it be helpful? I sort of was thinking about this. So I think what the board was stating by voting against the motion, my interpretation of it is that they want to see a response from the SSC in June. And that's the direction that they were going. And they wanted that to be very clear. And that the council was okay with having a response no later than August. And is it inappropriate to have the two bodies have differing time paths for this? Both of them are, seeking a response in June by what Joe laid out as his intention of the motion. And so if they have different motions, is it really going to be that problematic in moving forward? I don't think it is. But and that way both bodies could vote on a motion here and then we could move on quickly. And each body would have a different motion, but again, it's about stating preferences for timelines.
So Spud, what do you want to do?
I'm trying to digest what she just said, and
I'm trying to think on the fly too, and it's
and understand.
Why don't we go to John Almeida, who's the I don't know if you know John. He's the council rep. He's the attorney for the council. So let me go to John and see what he has to say, and we'll come back.
Any advice helps.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I think the points folks have made already are good ones. Basically, the council's in a position where it's got a different motion now than the board. But as Tony just indicated, maybe that's not that problematic where we're not joined at the hip the way we are when we're dealing with the species board. So perhaps two requests maybe aren't that problematic if, you know, the understanding of the council's board is, the council's request is we want this, you know, no later than the August meeting, but the board is asking for it by the June meeting. And I guess the SSC can react to those two requests as it deems appropriate. One other complication, and I don't know, this might, maybe I'll regret stating this, but the SSC is a creature of the council side, not the commission
Right.
side.
Right.
So to the extent that the council, it's almost like the council could make this motion without the board. And now that we're in this place of two motions, we are,
Yeah, well,
the council.
Yeah. Thanks for saying that, John. Yeah, but we don't want to go there because
Yeah.
I totally appreciate it. You know, we've gotten to the place where we've been working really well together. I just don't know what to do. I don't know what the rules are. You know,
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
I think where Tony, you know, explained it as having two different requests that really aren't necessarily contradicting each other. It's just two different timelines. I think you could have two different motions here, and you do currently have two different motions here. Until the council does something to rescind its earlier action, you have two different motions here. So, but I don't know that that's the end of the world. I think that they both could proceed, and the SSC will act accordingly.
Right.
Well, John just brought up a point that I wish we'd have heard a while back, because he made a good point. The SSC does not work at the direction of the commission, although obviously we have a vested interest in what they do in this situation. But the problem with this is that the determination of when final action will be taken got woven into something that's really directing the SSC and tasking them. And that's where obviously the policy board does have an interest in that and a role to play.
Right. Yeah.
So that's how things got kind of tangled up here, I think. And if that statement in time for a final action at the June 2022 Council Policy Board meeting was not in there, then it probably wouldn't be in order for the commission to even vote on it.
Right.
But here we are.
Yeah.
And as long as that statement is still in there, it's in order for the commission to opine on it.
Of course. Yeah. All right. So where do we go from here?
Well, I think to clean this up, either the council or the board needs to take an action to bring us back into some sort of concurrence on the main motion. And that can be the council voting again probably won't produce a different outcome, and neither would a board vote produce a different outcome.
Right.
So
do you I can call the question on the council at this point.
well, the two bodies will be voting on two different main motions. And if everybody is content that the outcome of that can be understood, I just tell you, I worked for two bosses one time, and it was not a good place to be. They gave me conflicting work orders, and it was tough. But if the council votes on an amended main motion, as it would be written, and the board votes up the main motion as it exists now, we'll end up with two different expected timelines, the way I understand it. Is that going to create some confusion for the responsible parties in this matter?
All right, so I thank you all for your thoughts and participation. I want to take a 10-minute break. So Chris and Bob and Spud, maybe we can get on the phone and try to figure out how this is going to work out. You know, just give everybody a break and then we'll come back and lock it down. What do you think, Spud, on that?
I'm good. I'm standing by with a phone in my hand.
Yeah, I'm getting every person on this list is texting me right now saying they need a break. And I think
Hey, Mike, this is Bob Beal. I will call you, Spud, Chris, and Tony, and put the 5 of us together, and we'll work.
yeah. Can you manage that?
I'll do it. Yeah.
All right, perfect.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
before we do that.
Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
The maker of the original motion, Michelle, would like to make a comment. Her hand has been up. Might be helpful to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Might be helpful to hear from her before we break.
Yeah. Michelle, do you have something you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I apologize if this motion, my original motion, created confusion. The policy board is in there in the spirit of inclusiveness to try to, recognizing that they've been our partners in this journey. But I absolutely agree with the comments that Mike Pentney and Nicola Meserve made. I think this has gotten conflated with a timeline for final action. And the point that Mike Pentney made, that we did not need the amended motion in order to do exactly what was intended. If the SSC cannot produce information by the June meeting, there's nothing restricting the policy board and the council from postponing final action. Finally, I would just call the folks' attention. In the chat, Dr. Rago indicated that the most useful SSC input is probably would be available by June just due to the SSC schedule, and the incremental value of a longer period would not be substantial. So I wish you luck with your conversations. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Let's take a 5-minute break, and I promise we're going to be done by 6. So we'll come back at 5:55. We'll wrap this up. Thank you. All right, so is everyone ready to get back into it?
We're ready, Mike.
Yeah, you guys, you guys are ready. Okay. So, all right. So here's what I'm going to ask. I am going to ask, because the way this motion went and the fact that the board was very against the option to delay. Well, I don't want to say delay. Make final action in August. I am going to ask if there is a council member who would like to make a motion to rescind so that we can re-debate the motion and try to move on.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
This is
Sure.
John
Yeah, is that
Almeida.
John? Yeah, John. Is that John?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would just characterize it as a motion to reconsider.
Okay, and how does that work on the council and on the 2/3?
Oh, it's a simple majority, but the
Simple.
motion needs to come from someone who voted on the prevailing side of the earlier vote. So
Okay.
someone who voted in favor of the motion to amend would need to move to
Needs to make the
reconsider.
motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone from the council who voted? And I didn't read the names in to the record, but is there anyone that would like to make a motion to reconsider? I see Dan Farnham. Dan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make that motion.
Okay. And Joe Semino, are you going to second that?
Yes.
Okay. So, John, what do we have to do here? Just recall the vote?
Yes, you're voting to basically undo the earlier vote.
And then what happens with the earlier vote? Do we have to vote on it again?
Well, at that point, I presume you would want to get consistent with what the board has. So you would need a motion to that effect. Or I take that back. You would just be rescinding the motion to amend, and that would put back the original motion onto the table. So that would
Okay.
be that would rectify the situation. You would both be on the same page at that point.
And that puts the June timeline like back in place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll call the question. Unless there's any, I haven't done this very much. Whether or not this is up for discussion or not, I'll call the question on the motion to reconsider the council's motion to amend. I guess I'll ask for support for the motion to reconsider. So let me ask, has anyone counted the votes? It looks like looks like about 12 or 13. I having a hard time. What's that?
They kept moving. I can try again unless they're
Yeah,
like,
they're moving, like everyone's hands are moving all around. So
Yeah, I got 17, I think.
17. Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll do 17 in favor. If we can put those hands down. And I'll ask for opposition. All right, I see 3. Hands down, please. Abstentions? All right, no abstentions. Okay, so the motion to reconsider passes 17 to 3 to 0. And so where does that put us, John?
Now we're back to the main motion.
Okay. So the board, okay, all right, yeah. Okay, so we're back to the main motion. And I'm going to call on Spud to call the motion for the board, and then I'll do the same for the council. Go ahead, Spud.
All right, thanks, Mike. Let me preface this vote by making
Can
a
I raise a
clarification.
point of order, please, before we do that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Adam.
Are we not just back to the motion to amend for the council?
So the motion to amend was passed. It passed the council and failed the board. So the way that we discussed it, now that the board has reconsidered, it failed the board.
The council has passed a motion to reconsider, and what I believe we are now at is the reconsideration of that motion by the council. So I believe the council now needs to vote again on the motion to amend.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Thanks, Adam. John, what do you think about that?
Yeah, this is kind of uncharted territory for me, but
Yeah.
that sounds appropriate.
Okay, so the fact that we have a motion to reconsider, so we're back to the amended motion. And I'm going to call the question on the amended motion, which is to change the time frame from June to August. You know, with all the other parts of the discussion we've had. And I'm going to see if anyone supports that at this point. All right, seeing no support. Any opposition? All right, I do have 2 hands, 3 hands. All right, so seeing the hands that I see, I'm gonna.
No, can I raise another point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
I believe that what you're trying to accomplish is a reversal of the original decision by the council. So what you're looking for at this point, the motion to amend to replace in time for final action at the August 2022 meeting, if you are now, as a council member, in favor of the main motion, you want to vote in opposition now, If you remain in favor of the motion for the amendment, then you vote in favor. And I personally, I missed that initially with my intent to cast a vote, but I believe that's where we are again, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, Adam. So I guess what it comes down to from the council side is if you want this action to go to August, then you would vote in favor of the amendment. And if not, then you would vote against the amendment. So is everyone clear? Mike Petney?
Sorry, my hand was up because I was voting when you called for opposition to the
I'm
motion.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. So I guess the other question is, we don't have, is someone willing to make this motion? For the
It's
record?
automatically on the floor, Mr. Chairman, because we voted
It is?
to
Okay.
reconsider it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm losing track of where we are.
If I can suggest, Mr. Chairman, if
Yeah,
just you
please help me out,
reread
Adam.
reread the motion that failed the board and originally passed the council. Just reread that motion, move to amend to replace in time for final action at the June 2022 council policy board meeting with in time for final action for the August 2022 meeting. That, I believe, is the motion that we're voting on right now for the council. And the irony is not lost on me here that I'm going through this process in opposition to what I want to happen, but I'm more concerned with us doing this right here.
Yeah, right. So I think you just read that into the record, so I'm just losing track of where we are, and I'm just trying to figure out what the right steps are here. So maybe I can ask Chris or Bob to help me out here. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Mr. Chair, this is Chris.
Yeah, Chris or Mike.
If you, if I could, Mr. Chair, I think I can help you with this. As Adam stated, we have a motion in front of us. The motion is move to amend to replace in time for final action at the June 2022 Council Policy Board meeting with in time for final action by the August 2022 meeting. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Mike.
Call the question, Mr. Chair. Just ask for all those that are in favor. Raise your hand.
All those in favor?
I don't think we're supposed to vote.
Based on the conversation, I think this is the best way to proceed.
Yeah.
All those in favor? See 5 votes in favor. Put the hands down. Hands down, please. All those opposed? Get 15?
Yeah. That's
Extensions. Extensions, Sonny. Chair, the motion fails.
Was that an abstention or was that a hand left over from before?
I think Sonny would have to explain that hand himself. Sonny, you opposed, but you. Extension. Julia.
Yeah.
It wasn't an extension.
All right, so where does that leave us?
Back to the main motion. Mr. Chair, you basically have the main motion in front of you now. Both the policy board and the council now are in agreement in terms of the language. So I think you can move forward with the policy board.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go to Spud since we took the first motion, took the first vote. Go ahead, Spud.
Thanks, Mike. I just wanted to make a clarifying statement that I think is important for both voting bodies, and that is this motion, as I understand it, does not bind either the policy board or the council to taking final action at the June 2022 meeting. It merely qualifies the request to the SSC. So I want that to be made clear to everybody that this does not, set a terminal date for that action. If it is the will of the board and or the council at the June meeting to delay, it will be within their purview to do so. And please, Chris and Bob, if I have misspoken, please correct me. Okay. I'm going to assume what I said is right. So at this point,
that's correct.
Yeah, thanks, Spud. I think you're right, Spud. I think you're good.
Okay. Make that clear. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Does anyone on the policy board need to caucus? Raise your hand.
I see no hands.
Okay. And at that point, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the main motion signify by raising your hand.
All right, just give me a second to let the hands settle, Spud. All right. I have Pennsylvania, Delaware, Connecticut, Virginia, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Maine, North Carolina, New York, Florida, Maryland, and Georgia. I think, well, hold on one second. Yeah, that's right. That's it.
Okay, so clear the hands. A minute, second, 2 seconds for that to happen.
Council staff can clear the hands for me. That would be great. We are ready. Thank you.
I actually had 15 on the yeses, but at this point, if you are opposed to the motion, signify by raising your hand.
I have no hands.
Okay. Any null votes?
I have no hands.
Any abstentions?
One abstention by Noah Fisheries.
Okay. So the motion carries. So Mike, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Bud. I'll turn to the council on the vote. Is there any objection to the motion? All right, with no objection. Adam, are you objecting to the motion?
Like a declined invitation with regrets? Yes, I am.
Okay, okay. So I want to go back and we'll call the question, so that we.
I
have
would be
a
fine,
proper
Mr.
accounting.
Chairman, if you have no other objections to just have my one objection on the record would be fine.
Yeah. Are we, Chris, is that okay?
Works, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, so we have, motion carries with one objection, and how about abstentions? Mike Pitney, so the service abstains. And, okay, so we got through that. It took a while, but it's all good. We have one more, there's one more issue to come before us. So I'm going to turn it back to staff.
Mr. Chair, I think it would just, if you pass it over to the policy or pass it off to Spud to the policy board, the policy board needs to consider whether or not they're going to take the document out for public comment.
Oh, okay, okay.
I-
Yeah, go ahead, Spud.
Okay, I've got it, Mike. So yes, again, just to make it clear, the motion that was just approved does not address taking out the draft addendum out for, and the draft framework for public comment. So we have a draft motion on the board. I will read it. It says, move to approve draft addendum 34 to the summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass FMP, and draft addendum 2 to the bluefish FMP for public comment as presented today. Is someone on the policy board willing to make that motion? And is someone willing to second it?
You have Jason McNamee making the motion, and there's several hands. The first hand I see is Cherie Patterson as a second.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. The hour is late, so I want to make sure we have adequate discussion on this motion. So what I'd like to do is take one in support and one in opposition in that order, so we can make sure we give equal opportunity to both sides of the debate. So if you are in favor of the motion and would like to speak in favor of the motion, raise your hand and I'll get those names. And then we'll clear the hands and I'll go back and get those who want to speak in opposition, and we'll try to alternate and move this along. So those in support of the motion that would like to comment, please raise your hand. We'll get your names. What do we got?
I have Nicola. I don't know. I assume you can see these names as well, but I wrote down, for now, I just have Nicola on the board.
Those in opposition that would like to speak against the motion.
I don't have any hands up.
Okay. Well, I was remiss in not going to the maker and seconder of the motion. I'll go to them first, and then I'll come back to you, Nicholas. So, Jason, I want to let you speak to the motion, and then I'll go to Cherie, and then I'll go to Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've said a lot today. So they're really brief. I think the document is really good. I think the options in it are going to be a great change to how we're managing recreational fisheries. So I'm excited to get the document out, let the public get a crack at it, and looking forward to discussing it again later in the year. Thank you.
Cherie, anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Jay. I think that the document is complete enough to be sent out to the public for their comments and for us to address those in the final chapter of this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Nicola, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this, and there's been a lot of discussion about the timeline and the need to not delay in order to have a potential option in place for next year. And at the same time, I do appreciate what's so far been limited public comment about the not having example measures. But I do maintain a concern that was also expressed in the PDT and FMAT's memo from October 2020 first that Mr. Nowalski quoted from earlier, where they also said that example measures are misleading to the public and they give the impression that the example measures are going to be implemented, and they would rather have comment that is on the merits of the conceptual process of the options and not the final resulting measures. And I think that that is just a strong point that needs to be remembered, and hope to have this move forward today and get that SSC input before taking final action, and find ourselves hopefully in a different position when we talk about 2023 measures. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Tony, have I got any other hands raised? And this could be either pro or con, either one.
We have Erica Burgess.
Go ahead, Erica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is not a comment in support or against, but it's a request. If this motion is to pass, I think that, well, I do agree with a lot of the folks in this meeting who have said that this is exciting to see where we could go differently with setting recreational regulations. However, it's been echoed time and time again that it's difficult for the public to understand what these actions would be. And if we can do a request for staff to work with the outreach and education staff in there at ASMFC to try and explain this in a little bit of a simpler way to the public. Public has, I don't mean to speak down to anyone, but talking about over and under confidence intervals can go over people's heads. So I think if there's a way that we can communicate this document in a more public-friendly manner when we go out to public hearings, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Erica. That's a good comment, and certainly is heard loud and clear. All right. Any other hands, Tony?
I don't have any other hands at this time, Spud.
I think folks are simply exhausted at this point, and I certainly understand that. So, do we need any time to caucus on this motion? If so, raise your hand.
I have a hand for caucus.
Okay, well, let's take 2 minutes. And so I'll call the vote at 6:29. Okay, I've got 6:29, so I'm gonna call the vote on this. All those in favor of the motion, move to approve draft addendum 34 to the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass FMP and draft addendum 2 to the Bluefish FMP for public comment as presented today. Signify by raising your hand.
Okay, Spud. Just give me 1 second here. Let the hands settle. I have New Hampshire, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, Rhode Island, Maine, Massachusetts, New York, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and NOAA Fisheries. If
Okay.
council staff could help me clear the hands, that would be great. I think that's everyone, though.
Actually got 16 on that.
I did too.
All right, clear the hands. Any votes in opposition?
No hands in opposition. And actually, Spud, I think I got 15, not 16 on this count. I just double counted.
Okay. Well, I was hash marking, but anyway, 15 or 16. Okay.
All right.
Any no votes?
I have no hands.
Any abstentions?
I have no abstentions.
All right, motion carries. Mr. Luisi, I will turn it back over to you.
I actually
The board.
was suggesting we turn it over to Julia. She has one thing that needs to happen, Spud.
Okay. All right, very good. Julia, it's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we just so the board just voted to approve the document for public hearings, but because the council doesn't do public hearings for frameworks, the council it would be nice if just as like a formality, the council just kind of clarifies that they're also approving moving the document forward. And with the way that we do frameworks, we have like things that really should happen at framework meeting 1 and framework meeting 2. And we're treating this like framework meeting 1. So just as a formality to make it clear that this is framework meeting 1, it would be nice for the council to have a motion on approving the range of alternatives, just to kind of correspond with what the board just did and keep the whole thing moving forward. And if you give me a second, I have a draft motion that I can pull up.
Yeah, so I think that was for me, Julia, right? As far as the council goes, is it a board and council action or just a council action?
I mean, I think it's kind of up to what the groups want to do. If the board basically just did it would be kind of redundant with what the board just did.
Right. Okay.
But if if there's a strong desire to have both groups vote on it, I think that's not,
Yeah. All right. So, is there anyone that would like to make this motion on behalf of the council? We'll just do both. Spud, if you're okay with that, we'll just do council and board.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. I have Dan Farnham and Chris Bat-Savage. Chris, can you make that on behalf of are you on the policy board?
Yes, I can make that on behalf of the policy board as well.
Okay. All right, great.
Mike, this is Bob Beal, if I could cut in real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob. I just saw your name pop up. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, the board doesn't need to do this. That we handled our action through the previous motion. This is just a sort of formality as Julia framed it for the council. So the board doesn't need to do a like motion here.
Okay. So we can get we can just pull the policy board off of this. That's fine. As long as you're okay with it, that's fine with me. Okay. All right, so we have a motion. Any opposition? All right, seeing none. Let's call it, motion carries with no opposition. How about, abstentions? I don't see any hands. Yeah, okay. So motion carries, with no no opposition. That's great. Let me ask Chris or staff, is there anything else? Spud, anything else that we need to do today before we wrap up?
To take care of it, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I don't
What's
think
that?
there's any remaining business from the policy board on this.
Yeah,
And staff will reach out to the states to work on hearing schedules with you all. So please be on the lookout for an email from Dustin.
okay. Sounds good. We'll see the council back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you all for your patience and, getting through the day. It was a long day. So, thank you very much and we'll talk soon.
Good night, everyone.
All right, thanks to all the policy board members for your perseverance.
Good night, all. Thank you.